Folks at home, 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 folks at home. How you doing tonight? I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. I know I am. I want to welcome you to the Ike Live special. Can you not hear me? You want me to try all these? Hold on. How about these? I'll just keep switching headphones until we find a pair to work. Hello, hello. Is that better? All right, folks at home, we got a great show for you tonight. You can't hear me? Okay. Can anyone hear me? Yes or no? Show of hands. Stella, can you hear me? Okay, hold on a second.
I tested all this earlier.
All right, well, while we're waiting, any guesses on who I am tonight? I've got a tape measure. I've got a hammer. I have a pencil in my ear. I have a really bad haircut. I have cut-off jean shorts. I have work boots, socks pulled up. My shirt is actually too short. My belly's hanging out. Any other guesses? Stella, Vegas, do you have a guess? Do you have a guess on who I am?
Oh, they said they can hear us.
They can hear us. Okay, everybody can hear us. That's perfect. Thank you guys for tuning in. This is the Halloween special. This is going to be a great, great show. And listen to me. We've got a mega list of guests for you tonight, including, right off the bat, Ben Milliken's coming on. Good friend of the show. Ben qualified for the elites this year through the EQs. Amazing accomplishment. Very tough feat. So excited to have Ben come on and talk about that experience. In our second segment, I know a lot of you listening and watching are waiting for this. We've got two of major players over at Major League Fishing Bass Pro Tour. Of course, the president, CEO of MLF, Boyd Duckett, is going to be joining us. And one of the anglers, amazing angler over there, Stephen Browning, will be joining us in the second segment to talk about some of the changes going on over there. A lot of chatter in the last week about the changes happening over there. So that's going to be really good. And then last but not least, guys, joining us in the third segment, we've got Terry Battisti and Ken Duke from the Big Bass Podcast joining us. And I love those guys. They know more about the history of bass fishing than anyone alive. Before we get into it, let me introduce my first guest. Come on over. We've got Vegas the Hammer joining us. Vegas the Hammer. Sit down, Vegas. Put your earphones on here. Okay. First of all, Vegas, how you doing tonight?
Good.
Good. Okay. So, you know,
I have a sore throat, so I might sound a little weird.
you might sound a little weird. Okay, that's all right. You're also 12, right? So you're just about to go through puberty, which makes sense. Yeah. So their changing voice does make sense. Now, first of all, Vegas, you like soccer. You're into soccer, but you also like fishing. You've been having a little success on the tournament trail. You want to talk about that at all? Yeah.
Yeah, I won.
You won.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, confidence is key. So you sound very confident. What do you plan on doing for, your lifelong goals? Do you have any? Are you going to go to college? Are you going to fish professionally? Or what are you thinking about?
I'm gonna go to a school that I can fish.
Oh, you're going to go to a school like a college where you can fish as well.
And play soccer.
And play soccer. Well, that's great. That's the triple threat. All right, last but not least, before I let you go, I do need to know something important. You have a wonderful, loving, funny, beautiful, talented young sister named Estella. You also have two older sisters.
Yeah.
But your younger sister, Estella, how do you feel about her?
She's the best of the best.
She's the best of the best. And there you have it.
Better than me.
Better than you. There you have it, everybody. Vegas the Hammer on our Halloween special talking about his love for his young sister, Estella. Well, Vegas, thank you for joining us on the show. I appreciate you for stopping on. All right, you better go do some homework. It's Saturday, so you better go do homework. All right, bye, Vegas. Well, what a great guest for our first guest of the night. Of course, the young Vegas the Hammer. And I just got a message in that we may have another surprise guest joining us in the first segment. We were supposed to have Ben Milliken. I think we're still going to have Ben, but we may have another surprise guest either in his place. I'm not sure yet. I hear somebody else coming up the steps. And on the Halloween special, we have Dave Brodzik, everyone. Dave Brodzik. Dave,
That's so
how you
good.
doing tonight? You look good.
The marker sure gave you away.
Dave, how are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm a little tired.
Yeah, you've been driving that UPS truck all around, I know.
I was hunting Sasquatch this afternoon,
Yeah.
and it's good to be here.
Well, it's great to have you, Dave. I love having you on the show. Now, is Stormtrooper going to be making an appearance, or is this Dave tonight?
Just Dave. I don't know. We can work on Stormtrooper, but
Okay. Yeah, I like the Trump pin, too. Very nice. Trump button up top.
we were working on the flat top today. We had a few fails,
Okay.
so we went with the
One with the hat. Well, you look good, Dave.
hat.
So, Dave, I don't know if you saw, but Pete
I can see
Glusick is
Pete's over there
Pete is
operating.
working Pete Glusick,
Pete.
everybody. Pete's working the IMs. Pete, how you doing tonight? I know we already have some technical difficulties. We can't hear nothing through the headphones, but how do you feel tonight?
Okay, I'm gonna handle this.
Oh,
Problem.
wait, Pete, what happened to the coffee cup? You can't drink straight out of the bottle.
I got this.
You got it. Oh boy. Now, Pete, I know
Doing
you.
Great, everyone, sign up.
Wow, Pete's went a little overboard, folks. Here he's normally drinking out of his coffee cup, but tonight he's drinking straight out of the bottle. Oh, he's also got his coffee cup. Well, Pete, we appreciate you doing. Oh yeah, Pete, look at that.
That's awesome.
Getting a little gray there,
Pete,
Pete.
I had no idea you had the capabilities to be a producer. That's impressive.
Oh,
I know,
wow.
I am a
Grown.
man of many talents.
Yeah.
I give you the best university and Ike Live now.
Wow, Pete,
Very
producer. Pete, producer is the new name, and
Mhm.
Pete, congratulations on all your success at the Bash University,
Thank
and
you.
Great job
Thank
over
you,
there.
Brian.
I just
appreciate
love what you're
that.
doing with the program. Thank you,
Yes.
thank you. Yes, Vegas. You want to say something again? Oh, come back over here. Do you want to say something? You want to make a quick another cameo? Oh, okay. What would you like to say? Oh, you want to say hi again? Okay. Well, sit down. All right. We'll get Vegas wants to sit back in with us. Okay, that's fine. Vegas the Hammer, everybody. Vegas the Hammer. All right. So I think we're going to continue on. I think we have another guest or two coming on here, which is exciting.
They're
While
coming.
we're waiting for the rest of the studio guests to come in, let me remind you, this is the Ike Live Halloween special. We want to hear from you. If you have questions or comments for any of our guests, please send them through the IMs. We're going to put some of the good questions through, and you have a chance to win a Ike Live hat or Ike Live t-shirt tonight. So please send your comments, questions, send all that through, because it's going to be a really good show tonight. That's
There's
right.
a lot of
Uh,
comments.
BTC. I didn't realize who I was talking
Well,
to.
Dave, I assumed with the hammer and my
I didn't
tape,
see the hammer.
and my tape measure,
I didn't see
and
all the props.
I also thought that with the work boots and cut off jean shorts and my belly hanging out and the haircut that I give myself with the pencil, that surely you would know this is Brian the
And
Carpenter.
6 pairs of reading glasses.
Right. You're going to see all my reading glasses. This is just in case I can't read something, you know? So,
I am the hammer.
yeah, you are the hammer. So you need the hammer.
You know,
I'll keep this thing, the measuring tool, and I'll keep that hand. I have a wrench too, so you can keep the hammer. Vegas the hammer. So that's really good. All right, I think we're ready for our next in-studio guest. Am I correct?
Yes, I've told them to come up. They're just apparently moving slow.
They're moving to. All right, we're ready for you guys. All right. Before we get into the show, let me also want to send a shout out to our policemen, firemen, EMT. Thank you guys for what you do. Also, shout out to all our active and veteran military men and women. Thank you guys. It's a crazy world. Turn on the news right now. It's a crazy world. Thank you guys for what you do. All right, I hear another guest coming up right now. This is the Ike Live Halloween special. I am Brian the Carpenter, Dave Brodzik, Vegas the Hammer, Pete Glusick working the board tonight. And we have Eric the Intern. Whoa, Eric the Intern makes an appearance. Well, Eric, sit
Paul,
down here
sit.
real quick so everybody can see you.
Stella, you Vegas, you shift so Paul can come in.
Yeah,
We still
Vegas,
have-
you
we
shift
still
for a
have-
second. Vegas, it was good seeing you. All right, go do your homework, Vegas. All right. So,
Paul, head on over.
yeah,
there.
Paul, head over here. Eric, head on over here. All right. Eric, head over here. Sit on this side right over here. Take these. Eric, it's good to see you.
man, we haven't had Eric the Intern in
Yeah.
the studio in
Man,
forever.
I feel like the last time I was here was like last year in December. It's been a while.
It has been a while. Well, Eric, it's good to have you here. First of all, how's Florida? How's the weather? How's the fishing?
It's hot. It's
Hot down there.
For some crazy reason, all
Yeah.
of a sudden, I got sunburnt in Florida.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Well, let me tell you, Eric, I like the look with the goatee. I've never quite seen that look before, Eric, but I like the goatee. I like the color of the goatee.
Yeah,
It's a good contrast.
It turned a little orange in the hot Florida sun.
Right.
So.
Right. Well, it's good to have you here, Eric. You're always a great part of the show, and we love you. So, Eric the intern, everybody.
Welcome, Eric.
And the
Welcome.
word to the wise, never go to Arizona or you'll get shot at.
Yeah, don't go to Arizona filming baseball. You get shot at. All right, I think I hear a final, maybe two. Oh, we have two more guests. I hear another guest coming up, and joining us here on the Ike Live Halloween special, we have. Hold on, let me fix my shirt the right way. There it goes. We have. Oh, it's Becky, Miss Rebecca. Oh, Miss Rebecca.
This is amazing.
Hi, Beck. You look
Oh
good
my
tonight,
God.
Beck.
Get in front of that
Oh,
camera,
there's
Becky.
Beck.
You look amazing.
All right.
Oh, I have to
Look at
steal
those.
this.
Oh, Miss Rebecca.
Spandex pants.
I think that's the.
OMG, these
Wow.
pants.
Okay, now.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, now. Oh, there's a good shot of Miss Rebecca. Oh, now, first of all, Miss Rebecca, who are you wearing tonight? Who are you wearing?
Coochie.
Coochie.
Gucci Versace.
She's wearing Coochie tonight. All right, Beck, you're wearing Coochie. Well, you look lovely. You look wonderful tonight, and you're very feminine, which of course we love.
You're talking to me, right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Also, Beck, while I have you here, did anyone ever tell you you look like Julia Roberts?
Yes.
Okay.
And
And Pretty Woman.
how do you keep your hair out of your lips?
So that could be a problem. So, Becky, working with you tonight, of course, on the production and IMs and all the important stuff is Pete. I can't believe you're working with Pete tonight. On
Everybody thinks that Becky's hot.
yeah, Phil's win.
I make a pretty hot chick.
And then, of course, Becky and Pete, we have Dave Brodzik with us here tonight. We have Eric the intern.
Yes.
I am Brian the carpenter. Notice all the readers.
What's with the belly hanging out?
You
I
shirt.
don't
You're,
know. Apparently Brian's shirt's short.
what are you talking about? Cut off jeans, work boots, readers. Come on. The pencil in the ear.
I see it.
The really bad haircut, self-inflicted haircut. Look at this little pieces.
Yeah, that's me.
And then Becky, last but not least, we have Vegas the Hammer joining us. So,
That's ridiculous.
Beck, it's great to have you. We got a great show tonight.
This is
thanks for coming.
disturbing.
We have one more guest in studio guest, guys, and then we're going to
I
jump right
told
to
this guest
our
to come.
main guest coming on.
Nipples?
And I think we have a mystery guest
know.
in addition to Ben Milliken coming on. Hopefully Ben makes it. Very excited to talk to Ben. In the meantime, I'd like to invite up our last guest in studio guest. Can we do that?
Yes,
Who
I've
could our
told
last
the
guest be?
guest to
We
come.
told the guest to come up.
Oh, I hear the door.
Okay. I think our last guest is coming up, guys. By the way, the beer tonight,
Ooh.
there is no beer. We're drinking a hodgepodge of everything. Modelo and
This has got to be a Hall of Famer coming up the stairs,
Mm.
right? Somebody's.
Makes sense.
would think.
He's late. It's the last
Hold on.
week
Let
here.
me,
Dave, make sure you talk loud because apparently your mic is low. Eric, I don't think yours is working at all, so we might end up sticking you at the table because I don't know why that mic's not working.
Oh, okay. Oh! Last but not least, everybody, we got the host of the show, Mike Iaconelli, joining us live here on the Ike Live Show. Ike, how you doing tonight? Good to see you, Ike. Wow. Now,
What is that, retro mic?
yeah, Ike, I haven't seen hair like that since your rowing days, Ike. Ike, what's going on here?
Couple mics here.
Okay.
So my favorite mic was the Soundgarden mic of the 90s when you had that glorious hair.
The lovely locks, right.
16-year-old mustache.
Yes. Yeah. Full mustache at 16, right? Yeah.
And the breaking suits.
And the
So
breaking suits. Yeah, the windmills.
Every middle school dance, you never had shoes on.
Never had shoes. No, you got to be able to spin and do 1990s and chino hops and everything else. So
So
well-
I'm guessing that's me.
So we've got, Ike, let me introduce you to the room. Of course, Dave Brodzik, we've got tonight. He's very energized tonight, of course, with the apparel. We've got Eric the intern trying a new look with the goatee. He's giving it a try. And then working the production tonight, we've got Miss Rebecca, who looks a little like Julia Roberts.
Wow.
And then we got Pete. How about Pete working the board
Nice.
tonight?
No.
Oh, and last but not least, Vegas the Hammer, right there. Yeah,
That's funny.
yeah, Vegas the Hammer. So what a great show it's going to be. We got a good one. Let's
Straight out of cap.
Oh, Pete's drinking Captain again, right out of the bottle. This is, guys, this is getting out of hand. I'm worried about some of the questions we're going to have to
I wish
divvy
I
up
was on that
tonight.
end of the table.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Brian's drinking some liquor now, too. This is terrible. All right. I want to get right into it if we can.
Brian beats Caitlyn Jenner for sure, dude.
Oh, yeah. Oh, way better. No, Brian,
Hey, Brian, you're way hotter than Caitlyn Jenner.
you're a good looking woman.
I mean, what happened? Did you get battered before you came here? Why you got What happened to your hand?
Shouldn't have.
I love Becky's ombre hairdo.
You were a woman for 9 minutes and Heather punched you in the hand, huh?
It was an ice pick. It wasn't a
Yeah.
punch.
Yeah, stabbed him with a fork.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hurt.
So just real quick before we start getting our guest on tonight, are we okay with sound? Is everything we okay with all the mics and everything?
I mean,
Do we want to do a
can
reset or?
people-
Okay.
Yeah, no, you look great,
I
Brian.
tested every mic. So
Yeah. It's just strange that
I
I'm
have
hoping
no
it's
idea
not
why
the
we
mic
can't-
there that's picking up, right? It's
no, because it's coming through on these.
okay.
These.
Well,
Okay.
we're gonna find out in a hot second.
Okay, and then so
And
hopefully we'll hear our
from
guest.
The time I tested till I came back out, so I ran in the house and came back out.
Yeah.
It had the computer had reset itself.
Oh.
But everyone is saying everything's working except maybe Eric the intern's mic. Can y'all tell us on the Vimeo chat?
Testing.
Just lean
But
right
I don't
in.
I don't
right
know
in
why
and
I'm not sure
like right
why
into
our
Mike's ear
headsets
when you
aren't.
talk. Paul.
Yep.
Just talking to his
Oh,
microphone.
I'm sorry,
One, two,
Drunkwood.
one, two.
You
I did
share- you
not
share a
mute my
microphone.
mic.
Noise, Paul.
1, 2, 3.
Not-
1, 2, 3. Caught a 3-pound bass. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I
Sit-
got the message.
Sit on Mike's lap.
Yeah.
I got the message. Okay, without further
The
ado.
reading glasses.
Oh yeah, I don't know which pair to pick, just in case. You never know. You got to have them there at all times. It's very
What's the
critical.
coif of hair sticking out?
Well, it's because I give myself my own haircuts. I cut my own hair. You don't know that now? I don't have the money to go to a damn barbershop. You kidding me? I'm not
man.
spending $10 at a barbershop.
Did you know that, Brian? He had a tuft of hair sticking out from your homemade haircut.
Yeah, there's a couple tufts. It's a good one right here. I missed this one, but and the shirts feel right, and the fact that my shirt's a couple sizes too short doesn't matter, But I'm very excited to get the show started, Eric, and Dave, and Ike, and everyone. We've got actually a mystery guest coming on first, and then we're going to get to Ben Milliken. So let's go ahead, and if we can, Pete, I'd like to patch our mystery guest in, if we can. Pete. And there we have it. Let's see if we get sound.
Mr. Iaconelli,
Hi there.
how we doing?
How you doing tonight? Hold on. Let me put my readers on. I can't see who this is.
Oh, this is your long-lost buddy, Randy Banscope. You might remember me back from the tour days.
Oh, hey, Randy. How you doing?
Well, it's about time you had me on your radio show here. And you should just need a bigger platform to spread the word about how professional fishing and fishing in general and really the world is being wrecked by all this forward shooter technology.
Well, Randy, let me tell you that there is a big segment of people that believe forward-facing sonar, also known as FFS, is really dismantling the sport we love.
Oh, absolutely. And if you guys know, I have a really famous YouTube channel. I used to be a tour pro, but I really moved on to the YouTube channel, and I make, I'm coming to you from the truck right now. I like to, it's not the best lighting, but
Yeah.
I'm coming to you from the truck right now because I like to make it seem like I'm actually out fishing, even though, I make 5, 6, 10 videos a day sometimes for my YouTube channel to spread all the negativity in the community to let you know how bad forward-facing sonar is.
Right. Well, negativity makes the world go round, so that's okay. Now, I do want to put you on the spot. This is a show where we like to put some of our guests on the spot, and that's just what sells, right? We need that. we got a guest coming on in just a second, Ben Milliken, and Ben's a YouTuber, and he has qualified for the elites. He's a big fan of forward-facing sonar. He uses big baits. He's a controversial figure. How do you feel about Ben?
You know, the more I watch all this Bassmaster elites and opens, the more I realize you can't compete unless you're super rich. You know, you got to go out, you got to spend all this money on all the, you got 7, 8, 9 screens on your boat to even have a chance to compete. We didn't used to do that back in the day when you and I came up. And these young guys need to know the right way to go out and catch fish. And if I look through my comments section on my videos, it shows me the right way to catch fish, and everyone agrees with me that we need to ban. I even got a shirt right here on interestingangler.com, my website, ban live poke, and everyone that's in my comment section goes out and buys those. But yeah, I think, Mike, you can agree with me here when I say this. Things used to be so much better back in the day when we were able to compete back in the 60s and the 70s. I could just go out and throw a jitterbug down the bank, a lazy Ike. And I think you can agree with me when I say that the last thing we need is more young anglers getting involved in this sport, because that just allows, people to go out and catch bass. We need to have we don't want all those young guys being able to get a piece of this pie we're in.
Yeah, well, I'd have to agree with the first part of what you said. I do miss the jitterbug days, and Dave Brodzik and Ike, would you agree with me? Those jitterbug days were the best. Black jitter, and let me refresh your memory. Black jitterbug on dark nights, yellow jitterbug on moonlit nights. So let me refresh your memory about that. Do you agree, Ike? Do you miss those days?
I missed the black hula popper days.
Black hula popper days.
That was right next to the jitterbug.
That's true. Dave Brodzik, I know you were big into BMX back then, doing the smell chaser, but do you miss those days?
Man, I love those days.
Yeah.
That's what we all fell in love with fishing doing.
Right.
Doing
Right.
those kinds of things.
Right.
But I do have a question for Randy, though.
Oh, shoot.
Is it true?
Is it
you
true?
attempted to get Ben Milliken DQ'd this year?
What?
Huh?
What?
I don't know anything about all that. No. We're not going to talk about all that.
Huh?
All I know is
Well,
fishing used to be in a better place. I promise you guys that. I get sick of all these people thinking you got to be rich, go out and buy all this fancy technology. Of course, it's okay when I'm able to exploit it to make money with, posting 15, 20 videos a day on YouTube, or if I go buy a $90,000 skeeter, or, if I go use and promote all my mega bass lures, which are really reasonably priced. But for these young anglers to go out and think that you got to go out and buy a live scope, that's too much money. And if I can't figure it out, no one can.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I do miss the old days too, Randy, when you took your rod, and if you could hit the bottom, it was shallow. If you couldn't, it was deep. I used to like those days, I kind of do miss that. So
dismantling your Ranger boat.
Yes, dismantling,
So
taking
you
the whole
could get
boat
under
apart.
things.
I miss those days. Well, Randy, I appreciate you coming on. We wish you at the Ike Live Show, wish you continued success with your YouTube channel. And you want to say anything to your subscribers before you go?
Yeah, I've lost a lot of subscribers because of my take on the forward live poking, but I can make up for some of that financially if you go out and you watch one of those, 37 videos a day I post on YouTube. So do that, buy a Ban Live Poke shirt, and we'll keep on keeping on.
There you have it. Okay, Randy, everybody. Yes, thank you for joining us.
Randy.
Heck yeah. Well, that was a good surprise guest. I had no idea,
I didn't know Joe Biden was a bass angler.
Joe Biden. Man, how the heck did we get Joe Biden on here? That was crazy.
That must have been a younger.
Well, he's from Delaware, right? So
He is.
still have that Northeast.
We are a Democrat state, so
Right, and we have that Northeast connection, and I think he fished Brandywine Creek and the other one there, Woody Hole.
Did he?
Yeah, Biden fished all that. He snuck under the bridge and Woody Hole. Yeah, Biden's in all that.
Sneak.
Yes, Vegas. You have a question, Vegas? You want to say something? No. Okay. Well, it's good seeing you tonight, Vegas. I thought you had homework. No. Yes. Oh, you have a question? Okay. What's your question, Vegas? Young Vegas. Say it into the mic right there.
Into the mic.
Nothing. You have a question?
Hi.
Hi. Okay. Good job. Your voice is getting weird. You go through puberty still. Oh, there it goes. It's more manly. Man, what a surprise guest, Pete. I didn't even Pete. Did you even know he was coming on? Very surprised.
Oh, I'm Pete. Yeah. Yes.
You did.
I heard.
Okay. Well, your voice sounds a little more feminine too. What's going on back there? This is strange.
How do my nipples look?
Yeah. Are we actually? I think we are about to get actual. We're going to get Ben Milliken on. I hope. Right? Is he still coming on, or did he bail because we had this other guest on? And he was all sad about that. No.
I do believe
he's on his way. Okay, we're moments away from getting Ben back on, which is great. Dave, what do you, Ike? What do you think about tonight's show? We got. It's actually a big show tonight. We got some. I mean, this is silly and fun, but we do have. There is a meaty portion to the show tonight in the second segment. How do you feel about that?
No, I mean, what part's that?
I mean, we got. It's right now in the world of fishing. There's a big thing going on with MLF and Bass Pro Tour and what's going on. People are either for it, against it. There's just a lot of oomph right now.
Yeah.
I'm excited to get these guys on to hear what they have to say.
I like to hear both sides make the case.
Both sides make the case. We're going to hear it. We're going to hear it tonight. It's going to be very interesting. Yes, Vegas. Oh, hi. Okay. Vegas doing a lot of waving tonight.
I see that.
Yeah.
He's very passionate.
He's excited because he caught a 5-pound bass today.
He did. He caught Vegas actually caught a 5.70 on the scale. And when we put it right now, there's a Ike Foundation online tournament going on.
Oh,
so he wanted to measure this, and his biggest up to that point was 17. And when he caught this thing, dude, it's just giant. It's this big, massive fish. And we weighed it before we put it on the board, the measuring board, 5.70. Put it on the measuring board, 18.5 inches.
What?
Wow.
18.5 inches.
What a ripoff.
But, dude, that tall, like the weirdest shaped fish I've ever
Out
seen.
back?
Lake X?
Out back?
Lake X
Yeah.
on forward-facing sonar. On forward-facing sonar.
Wow.
On a very, very little swim bait. So to give your secrets away, one of our old sponsors, Mystery Tackle Box, there's a little swim bait that came in a few of the boxes, and it was by Weston, and he fell in love with this little. It's 3-inch. It actually fishes smaller. It fishes like a 2.
Yeah.
Dude, he loves that bait, and they're so hard to get. Actually, we found them in Germany. Becky yelled at me because I was getting ready to order him more from Germany. Beck's like, "Don't do that. No, don't order it from Germany." But anyway, I think we've got our real first guest coming on. I hope this is him. Joining us now live here on the Ike Live Halloween special, the one and only Ben Milliken. Everybody, Ben.
What's up, guys?
Yes.
How we doing?
Ben, thanks for coming on the show. How you doing?
I'm good. It's a Halloween special, but I'm sorry I didn't have time to go find any costumes or anything, so I'm just wearing some Husker apparel, and we got some whiskey and some beer. So we're gonna.
Well, Pete Glusick, who's working the IMs tonight for us in the back here, is already hitting the Captain Morgan's very heavy back there. So you're in good company. Oh wait, there's Pete now. Hold on, Pete. Are you still drinking? What the heck? What the? Yo, Pete. You got to be sober. This is ridiculous. First things first, Ben, congratulations on an amazing performance. I was watching it from afar. The first thing I got to say is when I was watching you this year, I could feel some of that pressure and stress. I requalified for the elites, and I did it in 3 tournaments, and that's it. I just had to do it in 3. You had to work through 9, and you really made it on the last event. I can see the joy in your face right now. I know you're still pumped up and stoked, but talk to us about that first. How was that process of qualifying? How was the ups, the downs? You had some great tournaments. You had some okay tournaments. Tell us about that journey.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk for hours about this season because it really, truly felt like it was 3-4 seasons long. It seemed like it would never end, but at the same time, it went super fast. I came into the season, everyone talks, and I had never fished, a little bit of background, never fished anything at this level, never fished an open series, never fished a championship 3-day style event that was quite like this. But going into the season, everyone talks about how much pressure and how much of a grind and how long practice is, and how if you have an okay spot at all, there's going to be 17 boats on it when you show up in tournament day, first day. And, that was all true. But I think until you actually do it, you don't realize how much of a grind it is for a 9-tournament season. And then on top of that, we had 5 practice days. And it's not required for you to be there for 5 practice days, of course. But you're the same way as I am, Mike. You want to be there dark to dark every single day possible, or you're going to feel like you're getting behind and someone else has an advantage. Whether you find all the fish you're going to find in the first 2 hours of practice, and then you spend the rest of the time just like beating your head to the wall and getting negative and not doing anything productive, or if you find them all the last 10 minutes of practice, you don't know when that's going to be. And I had both scenarios happen throughout the season. So yeah, man, it was a grind. It was from the first week in March until mid-October. And there wasn't much time in between where I wasn't specifically thinking about that next tournament and how the hell I'm going to get my family across the country zigzagging and fishing 5 practice days and 2 or 3 tournament days.
Yeah, it was Dave, a.k.a. Pete. It was impressive to watch because the 9 events were radically different. Like if you looked at them, they were, shallow fisheries to deep fisheries to smallmouth to largemouth. And, honestly, it's amazing that these guys deciphered that, and the guys that ended up on top at the end were able to do that tournament after tournament after tournament. That was impressive.
Wow. What Ben did was impressive a lot of different ways. That being one, I want to talk to him about a couple different things like managing the pressure. But the thing that was impressive to me is, you started out on a high with, getting that W.
Yeah.
And you were in command, and then you ran into the grind, which is this sport humbles everybody.
Oh, yeah.
And you dropped out of elite qualification going into the last tournament. I got to say, I'm so impressed with that last tournament that you fished because all the marbles were on, you know what I mean? The pressure mounting, you needed a big finish and you came up big. That overcoming that obstacle, I think was the most impressive thing. How did that feel? Like when you were going into that last tournament, I mean, did you sleep at all? You must have been going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that last tournament was incredible, especially the first day. I knew I was on the right fish. But to be completely honest, I fell out of the top 9, I think, at St. Lawrence, which was the 6th tournament of the year. And I had my worst finish of the year. I think I got 93rd or so. And really, in that tournament, I fished pretty well, given what I had seen in practice and given what that all fell apart. I just had to go find them and catch them. And after that point, it was like at Watts Bar, the first day, it was the worst day of my season. I caught 2 keepers. It was the only day of the year I didn't catch a limit, and I thought I was out of it. And then the second day I come back and catch a massive 11-pound limit at Watts Bar.
That was massive.
It really was. I caught a 4.5-pound smallmouth that was, I don't even know how many points that was, 70, 80 points probably. And then so it was crazy. I finished 80 something. And then I go into Lake of the Ozarks and Harris Chain and thought, I have to get top 10s, both these events to have a chance. And I go to Lake of the Ozarks, practice is going okay. And then the second to last day of practice, I find the winning fish on a glide bait, and it was consistent, a lot of bites, a lot of quality, better than anything I'd found. I was like, this is awesome. Get out in the tournament, and I figure out that the bite window was super, super short. It was in the afternoon, and I was only able to catch, I caught all 9 or 10 keepers that I weighed on the big bait, but one 4.5 pounder each day on the big bait was big. but I ended up finishing 45th place. And that's a good finish in the Opens. That's a really solid finish in the Opens, 225, 30 boats that were in there.
Yeah.
But then the points come out, and I go into the last event. I know I'm in 17th in points, and I honestly thought I had a top 5 or win it to have a chance to even, and people had to mess up. And I launched the first day, and my buddy Jacob Bigelow was there, and he was in 16th place in points. I was in 17th, and he's like, have you seen, I can't remember who it is, Best on Tour, I think, is the publication, and they kind of estimate how people need to finish to have a chance to qualify. He's like, they said I need to finish 13th or better, and he was 2 points ahead of me, so I had to finish 11th or better to have a chance to qualify. And then that's, that all depends on how everyone does, but I was like, all right. Okay, cool. And I just went into it like I have to win this tournament to have a chance. And I knew it was Florida strain bass. It's what I'm used to down here in Texas. I don't know if everyone knows this, but if you live down here and fish for Florida strains, you will understand if you'd fish for them every day. They are like a totally different species. They're like a difference between largemouth and smallmouth a lot of times, between northern strain and Florida strain. And I was like, cool, I got all this experience. I'm going to know what to do and break it down. And, I say that, but I've also never made a cast in the state of Florida before prior to the tournament. So I get out there, and from the information I gathered beforehand, people say, 4 or 5 foot visibility, you're going to crush them on a glide bait. And I get out there and practice, and I fished every body of water that was on the chain the first day or two, and I didn't see 1 foot of visibility. It was so muddy. And I was like, this is going to be a problem. The big bait thing doesn't usually go down when it's like that. So I kind of lost my ace in the hole. I got to stay confident because I only have one choice, and that's to finish in the top 10, top 5, or win it. And so I'm going to keep grinding. So I grind my ass off in practice. I end up finding, some juice brush piles and a couple other good areas. And man, going into that, the tournament, I'm just like, I got nothing to lose. I was still super nervous. I wasn't just like, whatever, it's no big deal. I was stressed. I was nervous. I found good fish in practice. I found a brush pile in the middle of nowhere where I caught 2 to 3 pound keepers. One day I went back there. The next day I caught a 6 pounder that was kind of hanging off the side of it and broke off a couple that, you never know. They eat a drop shot in the middle of it. You don't know how big they are. But I saw a lot of fish in it. And so that's all I had. That and a group of fish that was on a shell bar in Harris where we launched that I had caught a 2 pounder and some smaller than 2 pounders. That's all I had that I was super confident in. And I was just ready to send it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's an immense amount of pressure.
Yeah, it is.
I want to ask you this question, Ben. This is from me. You have anglers that believe, everything that they do and everything that happens is under their own control. Like one of my heroes in the sport, Rick Clunn, is a big believer in that, right? You control your own destiny. And I love Rick, but I honestly feel like there's some fate and destiny involved in stuff. Other anglers, bring religion into it, right? And they have that religious point of view. Do you feel like this was meant to be? Your first year coming out here, trying for the elites, and boom, you make it. Do you think it was meant to be, or what's your philosophy on it?
I'm not a super religious person, but if you look at my story and how the season played out, unbelievable, man. I think more than anything, we all know in fishing, especially if you're at this top level now, you have to have a lot of things go right to make it. And everyone's going to be faced with adversity, even if you're in the top the entire way. And I was faced with adversity the entire season, after the second event, of course. And that last day I was out there at the Harris chain, I think all my practice and all my time and all the pressure I put on myself when I film videos, and try to film videos, when I'm 5 to 20 hours away from my family and I don't have any videos lined up and I need to freaking get some content put together and I have to catch them. All that experience and all those tough positions I put myself in prepared me for that day, because I had everything with adversity
every bit of adversity go wrong that last day. I don't know if you have these days, Ike, but I have supreme confidence in myself and all the different ways I know how to catch bass. But some days you go out and you're just like, things happen that just make you laugh. Like, that's not possible that just happened, but okay, whatever. I'll go to the next spot and it'll be better. Oh my God, I see what's happening. It's not going to be a day like that. And then the third spot, something crazy happens. You're like, okay, this is one of those days where everything is going to test me and I'm going to break or I'm going to finish it and somehow push through myself. And that's the way the second day was, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how I can even talk about it. We got the video coming out tomorrow, but I started my first spot. There's another angler that fished the EQs all year, didn't have a very good year. He saw me catch some fish there the first day, so he had a better boat number day 2. Started on top of it after he caught 4 pounds the first day and was out of contention, out of points. Decided to start there. Fish wouldn't set up. He wasn't catching them, but he wasn't going to leave regardless. And it was a spot where I was like, I'm positive I'm going to catch a limit there, and they're going to weigh 7 pounds, and that might be enough to qualify me for the Elite Series. But I'm starting there, and it's stupid, but I'm going to start there. And so I stayed there and stayed there and stayed there. And finally, after some arguing, he left, and I still didn't catch any. So I finally get out of there, and I run 10 minutes to an idle zone. I idle for 15 minutes. I run 5 minutes. I idle for 20 minutes. I run 30 minutes. I idle for 20 minutes, and I come to an idle zone next to the lock at a Popka, and I have anglers coming the other direction that know what I have on the line that are telling me, turn around, there's 30 boats at the lock, and you're not going to make it through and be able to fish. This is at 11, and I had no fish.
Holy shit.
And,
Wow.
And, Jamie Bruce is one of them, and guys that I trust and I know, and I'm just like, I have nothing else. I have to go fish it. And so I keep going, and I get there, and, by the time I get there, there's 17 boats there parked, and there's 3 boats that go through at a time at that lock. It's a 7-minute lock cycle, a couple minutes to open the gate, a couple minutes to close it, 7 minutes up, 7 minutes down. And, I'm waiting. Live coverage, 7 to 11 a.m. Eastern time with a camera on my boats over. No fish for Ben Milliken during the live segment. First time on live in my life on FS1, and not that matters, but whatever. And I finally get through. I blast down to this brush pile that has 24 plus pounders on it on one brush pile, and I fire in there, thunk, and set the hook right into a branch, nothing. And I proceed to do that 4 times in a row between, setting the hook and fish are snagged and bust off, or just setting the hook and they run, and then it gets snagged and bust off 4 times in a row. And so I'm down to an hour and maybe 15 minutes left to fish. And, all these thoughts are going through my head of this entire season, and all this pressure of this season's coming down on the next hour. And I'm on live scope, live poke, whatever they call it, 100 feet out, 70 feet out from my boat. I see them all sitting there, but they're getting a lot tougher. The only way I'm getting bit is throwing a drop shot into a gnarly brush pile. So I throw in there, snag, bust it off, retie leader, throw in there, snag, bust off. And I'm just over and over. And I'm just like, this is not happening. But the entire weight of the season was on my shoulders. And I finally caught 2 2-pound keepers out of there. And then I had some other stuff by there. I fished 2 more brush piles with nothing, went to another spot, and I finally start catching some. And I filled out my limit. I culled a couple times. I didn't have much, but I knew I had 11 pounds. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. I had to be back by 4:15 is all. And I was like, I got to head back with as much of a cluster as that lock was. So, I really had, after I broke all this fish off from the start, I had 30 to 45 minutes of actual fishing time, and we made it happen. And the entire way back between the lock, I got back to the lock, there was 2 boats there, not 3. So I was able to get in that first lock cycle, all those idle zones, run zones on the way back. I'm just thinking about, all those fish that I lost or something that happened throughout the season. And I caught 11 pounds that second day. Is this going to be in or not? I knew that I had enough to make it possible, but man, I get back, weigh those fish at 4:15, 4:30, and I had to wait till 6:30 to find out that I made it. So, dude,
Wow.
it was. I just thought I would tell you the story because it was just like an unbelievable, stressful time. You know, you travel the country the entire season, and it all comes down. And how do you not think about that as an angler? I mean, Ike, you've been doing it for 30 years now, maybe 25, 30 years. And I don't know how you don't think about every cast you make. Like the entire season comes down to if you can get this fish that's going to bite, 100% chance it's going to bite. Are you going to get it to the boat? It's your entire season and what you've been dreaming of. So we made it happen.
It's crazy. That story is crazy because, you know, as stressful and, you know, like I could feel the stress. Just as you were talking, I could feel it. But as stressful as that is, it is, I think, the reason that I'm still doing it. Like those moments, you know, like that pressure and that stress and running through a lock, a canal, not knowing, you know what I mean? And racing back to weigh in. Dude, that's why I do it. I mean, it's just, it's that feeling that makes me want to keep doing it, you know? It's all worth it. Yeah, it's all worth
brings
it.
you to level 10. Like
It does.
as a person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you
You
few
feel
things do
alive.
that,
You feel alive
you
when that's
feel
going on,
alive.
you know?
Big time. And that's a testament, once again, you know, the mental toughness required to endure that what you went through.
Yeah.
Because I could see, you know, I've just put myself in that, like throwing in that brush pile, breaking off again.
Oh yeah.
You know, I would want to break every rod.
I would have handled it differently. I'm sure. I would have handled it differently.
A lot of people would check out.
Yeah.
A lot of people would fold
Yeah.
under that. Like, it's destiny working against me.
Right.
You know,
Right.
like, there's no way I can overcome this.
But just kept pushing, and he made it.
There you
Ike,
go.
do you have a question?
Not a question, but usually it stops for me after the break-offs, and then I want to go sit in a closed garage with my car running. I don't get a qualification ticket.
Right. Well, that's a good feeling.
I have a question about when you were on your starting spot, did you take us through that dialogue? Did you say, "Excuse me, sir"? But,
we're gonna be able to see it on the video tomorrow. I'm hoping, right?
I don't.
You got it.
I don't recall observing you in this area.
Well, we're gonna be able to
yesterday.
watch it on the video, but I do want to hear the story. Yeah.
All right, screw it. Let's tell it. This is Ike Live. We're not going to keep things under wraps. So the first day I got this spot where it's like there's a bunch of shell beds within a mile, and there's a couple little scattered brush piles. And so I get close to the area, and I had a shitty boat number both days because I was boat 100. So I was like in the middle of the pack both days. I knew I was probably going to be screwed. And so I get there, and Logan Parks, who is a guy I respect a lot, he's fishing a brush pile. I'm going to say 100 yards away from where these fish group up. And I didn't even think about being like, "Yo, Logan, are we good? Like, are we whatever?" And usually I do that, but we were so far away, I don't think he would have heard me. And so he was fishing a little piece of brush he started on. And so I start casting. I'm casting the other direction, and I'm 100 yards from him. Like, we were good. He didn't say a word or look at me weird or anything. I know Logan. He's a good dude. But Logan also was in the top 10. He also was fishing to qualify for the elites.
Yeah.
And points. And I'm 17th or whatever. And so I start casting around, and these fish that I've seen 3 days in a row are just gone. But I hadn't been there first thing in the morning. And what it turns out is they didn't get grouped up and really into a solid group. It was like clockwork. As soon as the sun got up, they would group up into a group of 15 or 20. And they were in one exact spot, and they were not big. They were 1.5 to 2.5 pounders, but that's huge down there when you need some bites. And so I'm casting around, and I fire a cast out, and there's some random fish scattered around, not set up yet. And in comes this boat. Clark Ream comes rolling in, and former Elite Series pro, and he's had a rough year, way out of the points. And I mean, there's even been some rumors that he's come in on people and made some rude decisions throughout the year. I'll just say that. There's some rumors. And so he comes in barreling in, and Logan starts being like, "Dude, what?" He comes in, he says, "Oh, it feels a lot like Wheeler Lake, doesn't it? Because Wheeler fished smaller than anywhere, and there was people on top of each other." And I was like, "Shit, I guess, man." And so I just keep casting the other direction because he came right on top of us, right in between us. And Logan's casting, and Logan just starts going off on him. And about, he's done this all year, whatever. So they're into it. And as soon as they're just going back and forth hard, I'm just like, dunk, 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 just swing and catch a 3-pounder on a Carolina rig. And as soon as I get that fish in, I run back to the live well and I walk up to the front of the boat, and his co-angler and him are both firing right where I caught the fish. And so I'm just like, and he's like not close in points to being anywhere qualified.
Right.
And these aren't like this isn't like a 30-pound bag sitting there. This is like, I need to be there and get out of there.
Yeah.
And he's firing in there, and it's going. I just said, you don't fire in. Don't cast there. That's messed up, dude. You don't come in and cast on top of us after. We're both fishing for something here. What are you doing? And he's going. He more so went back and forth with Logan. Eventually, he leaves. I catch a couple. Logan leaves because he was fishing a piece of brush, and Clark said he came in and he was fishing a brush pile. And so I pan over there. He's literally within my 100-foot scope, like 70 feet away. And I'm like, dude, there's not a fucking brush pile there. What are you casting at? You're full of shit. He said, I came in, I got to fish this brush pile here. I'm fishing this brush pile. I said, there's not a brush pile there, dude. And I was like, I'm looking at your boat. I can see your boat. There's no brush pile. So what are you doing? And so, how this goes, Ike, day 2. And so I stay there. I catch 10, 11 keepers there, 9 pounds. I call up to whatever and get out of there, go to Apaka. Day 2, he's got a better number. He's not sitting on a brush pile where he came in day 1. He's not sitting on where Logan was on day 1. He's sitting on top of where the fish set up as soon as the sun set up on day 2. This is after he caught like 4 pounds the first day.
Oh, man.
And I was like, he's like, I'll work with, as soon as I pull in, he'll work with you, Ben. I'll work with you. It's all good. Like, I'll work with you. And I was just like, okay. Didn't say much, didn't say a word to him, start casting around. I realized, these fish have been beat to shit because they're obvious to find. They've been beat up all week. And so they're smart. They need, you can only catch them on a Carolina rig with like a 6-foot leader because they're smart as shit. Yeah. And they won't eat even just like tiny stuff. And they're not going to set up with a boat sitting on top of them. They're not going to set up with a boat sitting within 70, 80 feet of them. Right. And I was like, dude, you got to move. Like, move over and cast on top of it with me. Do something. And he didn't say a word. And I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? You know what I'm fishing for. I had a camera in the boat, everything. And he just, wouldn't I'll work with you, whatever, wouldn't move. And I was like, you're not going to set up right unless you move off of them. And, it got a little heated for a little bit. I'm not going to lie. And then, eventually, I was like, dude, just give it to me for 30 minutes and I'm going to be gone the rest of the day. And he said, okay, well, how about 8:47? I'll be right back here then. I'll be right back at 8:47. And you can come in and fish with me the rest of the day if you want to. I was like, all right, dude, whatever. And so sure as shit, he leaves and the fish are just like, bumping my Carolina rig bait. You throw a 2-inch bait in there and they're almost eating it, but not eating it. And I go out of there at about 9:30 with nothing. Wow. So they never got set up. But that's what happened day 2.
Yeah, that stuff's going to happen more and more, Pete, with those kind of field sizes. I mean, it's unfortunate, that's happening, but it's going to happen. It's destined to happen.
I mean, what it's like, man. And you mentioned it earlier, and it's an interesting topic because as a competitor, you gotta realize half of the places that you want to fish are gone.
Yeah.
Like you have to be successful on your backup.
Yeah.
Stuff in these tournaments.
Yeah.
There's a million guys.
Yep.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Paul, what's your go-to move when you got somebody on your guardrail?
Yeah, Paul, you show up to the guardrail and there's a guy to your left, guy to your right.
There's a kayak out in front.
It's opening day of trout. What are you doing?
Well, break out the biggest whopper flopper or rattle trap I got and just throw a couple warning shots.
There you go. Warning shots with a big lure.
Did you throw any warning shots, Ben? Did you fire that Carolina rig over the deck?
I don't know what the statute of limitations is, but 90% of my casts probably didn't make it 6 feet from his boat. I'll just say that.
So Ben, on a serious note, I know you're one of the most legendary big bass guys in the country.
Yes.
Targeting giants like
Yes.
nothing down south. How did you transition mentally from targeting giants to fishing the northern strain, the smaller ones up north that we have, in the northern states?
It's a great question, Eric.
Yeah. So, I mean, thanks, Eric. That was great, Mr. Lewinsky. Yeah, I mean, I'm from Nebraska, and so I grew up fishing tournaments in Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Minnesota, South Dakota, all northern strain bass. And so there's tricks and techniques to catch those bass that don't work in the South, and there's stuff in the South that doesn't work in the North. And I actually, I'm not being arrogant when I say this, but I had to refigure out how to catch 2 to 5 pound bass, because every time I go out down here, I'm just trying to catch fish on 10-inch glide baits every single cast for 2 years. I don't give a shit about a 4-pounder, and I'm disappointed if I catch one. And for better or worse, I mean, that doesn't teach you how to tournament fish or anything, so it wasn't really a proving ground. But yeah, I had to kind of get back to that. But the first tournament you follow, I start catching some on a swing head, I start catching some grinding the crank, start catching some on a flick shake like I used to up north, and that really that made my heart warm, and I was like, okay, I know how to catch these tournament fish once again, and just freaking blasted them that first tournament. And honestly, I don't know where I would be or how the year would have gone if I didn't start out with so much momentum. For those that watch my YouTube videos and for my Instagram posts that I put up about it, the first spot that I went to the first day of the open season that you follow, I pull up and I caught my limit in 6 casts. And to start the season like that, 15 pounds and 6 casts, was unbelievable. Got a good boat number. I think it was boat 8 or something.
Easy, bro.
Yeah, pretty much. But unfortunately, I didn't have my boat set up right. So my buddy Justin Barnes, he beat me to the school I wanted to start on. He won and qualified for the classic that day. Otherwise, I might have got a couple of these guys. But yeah, it was an amazing start to the season. That lake totally set up all the northern lakes I was used to, and it got me in my comfort zone. And I was just able to carry that momentum, even when it didn't seem like it. You're finishing 40th to 90th place. Those are solid finishes in the open, and I was able to catch good fish all year, just staying confident and fish a lot of techniques that I learned up north.
Yeah. This is a great segue question to what Paul just asked, which is, and I've heard this a lot, and I've seen the post on your feeds, on my feed, and I want to know too. And basically the question is, you're not the first YouTube guy, and I know you're not just YouTube guy, but people know you as that. You're not the first YouTube guy to try this, and but you are the first YouTube guy to be successful at this. And I see the questions are why? Why were you successfly
Why are you the real one?
Yeah. Thank you, Becky.
Thanks, Becky.
That's right.
Yeah. Why do you feel like you were so successful, Ben, when other guys who are also good anglers, YouTube guys that are good anglers, failed? What's the difference?
It's no shade on anyone that's tried it or anything, but when I fished and made YouTube videos from the start, because it was my means to make it as a professional angler, not because I wanted to make a lot of money, not because I was an actor that could catch a couple of fish a day good enough to make a video, or wanted to, hop in a boy band and make a bunch of videos with my buddies and get easy clicks and views. I wanted to fish professionally 100%. But I was a family man. I had a full-time job, a college degree. I had kids, and I wasn't able to take off 9 to 12 weeks a year to go fish tournaments professionally. Everyone's route is different to get to whatever level they're trying to in this industry. And so, I can't say at that point, I was like, okay, I'm going to do this for 6 years, and then I'm going to stop doing it, and then I'm going to go hop into the opens and qualify for the Elite Series. No, that wasn't that wasn't my mindset the entire time. But, a lot of people are commenting and messaging me, you're the Nebraska guy that went from fishing these creeks and fishing these spillways for catfish, and then all of a sudden you grew until you fished the opens and qualified now. But that's not my story. I was like, I'd make like a cat fishing video, catching them on, chicken breasts in a spillway one day. And then the next day I'd make a micro fishing video, catching bluegill with my son. And then me and my buddy Czar could go and win 2 bass tournaments on Saturday, Sunday. And then I'd come back and I'd fish, I'd go live bait fishing and stuff. And it's like, I didn't just start fishing when I started my YouTube channel. I had been fishing tournaments for 10 years before I've ever filmed a video. And I had been fishing since I've been 2 years old. It's all I care about, like with what I want to do with my life. Besides, starting this amazing family that I have. And so, really between that and then moving down here to Texas and being able to fish these amazing fisheries down here that are so diverse for the last 2 years, I was sharpening. And, people once again thought I was just out, a YouTuber, making challenge videos, doing catfish shit, fishing in sewers, when really it got to the point where I was just like, I'm catching 30 fish a day on a glide bait. I'm starting new techniques that no one's throwing and making content on. And it got to the point where I was just like, it's almost depressing because I'm getting the same amount of views, whatever, but I'm like creating new ways to catch fish and catching fish, showing, 20 to 30 bass a day getting caught on live scope on a big bait. Like I'm doing stuff that isn't even fathomable for what's out there on film. And I'm just, whatever. He's just a YouTuber. He ain't gonna be able to catch him. It's just, and people that said that and thought that I was just out there filming and making these bullshit videos like everyone does, they're not wrong. It's not hard to go out and put something together on video and chop stuff up to make it seem like you're a decent fisherman. So they weren't wrong to think that I wouldn't be legitimate and do well.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm the type of person, I'm so competitive and I'm driven that my route was not to, simply join the next, Guggen squad like I was offered several times and turned down. I thought I had more to offer than that. I thought that if I just went and joined a group and, hey, we make our monthly videos and we act like it's cool to go do a $10 Walmart challenge every video, what fulfillment do I get out of that when I can, go catch them the ways that I've learned how to catch them?
Yeah.
And so it was almost a point where I was just like, hop in this open schedule. I have like a lot to lose as far as my credibility, but I was just to the point where I was just like, I don't know what I can say on here, but fuck it. Like I'm going to do it. And I don't care what anybody thinks about me.
Yeah.
And I have a lot to lose and I don't care. I'm going to gain what I can gain for myself and my brand and my family. And if I don't succeed, then I guess I'll just go back to catching giant fish, ways that people have never seen before.
Hey, Ben, it's Dave. I wouldn't undersell your YouTube abilities either. I would say component-wise, it's just as hard being a successful YouTube personality as it is to be a touring pro.
It is harder.
There's a ton of there's probably more touring pros that make a living not being YouTube guys than there are YouTube guys that can make good money doing that. It's very tough to have that personality to draw people in.
Yeah.
And Ben, I can take you back on one thing, Ben. You said you had a family. What'd you do? Drop them off at Power Bait Paul's guardrail spot?
Yeah. As soon as I jumped in these opens, I was like, see ya, bye. Have a good year. Yeah, my wife had a kid or something during the season. She told me, but I haven't seen her since then. That was another, a new thing for this season. We traveled together the whole year. We had a baby at the end of June, so it was a whole nother level of circumstances and stresses.
Don't knock her up this fall because she's going to be having kids while you're out there on the elite season.
maybe it's good luck, right?
I don't know.
Hey, it is a thing.
They get annoying after a while.
Well, I got to tell you this, Ben. I'm so I was watching you this year, and I felt proud for you because you got to spend some time with us a few years ago. You got to stay at the house, and we got to spend some time together. And I knew back then that this was a dream of yours, and then to be able to watch it from afar, it was really, really cool. And I'm super proud of you for doing that, man. That was awesome.
Yep.
That
Well,
was
I
awesome.
appreciate that. You and like I sent you a message and told you, man, I'm so proud of you for the Hall of Fame. And people might not know this, and it's cliche and it's cheesy, but you were my biggest inspiration. You know, sitting in a dorm room in college, reading your book over and over when I didn't give a shit about reading any books or focusing on anything like that. I was, for some reason, your book struck a chord with me, with my competitive side, with my bass fishing loving side, that decided that there's nothing else I want for the rest of what I want to do with my career than to become a professional fisherman. You are my main inspiration. So that means a lot coming from you.
That's awesome.
Wow.
That's awesome. And it
Hey.
came true. The dream came true, man.
Like, that means you could take credit for all his success.
Oh, well, I'm glad he said that. I'll take it just a little bit, like
Yeah.
that much, like an eighth.
Also, Ben, congratulations on bringing LiveScope into an on-the-water dispute.
Yes.
Using it as
Yes.
evidence, Exhibit A.
Use
You
it
don't
as
you're
a-
not on a brush pile.
I've never heard it
No.
talked about in that.
There we
respect.
go.
That
There
was
we go. Yeah, usually someone's boat isn't parked 30 feet from you, and you can see their beam causing distraction. You can see their boat on top of the surface. I should have taken a screenshot and showed FS1 camera guy.
That's amazing.
There's nothing down there. It's just an empty bottom. You know.
Do you find yourself turning your beam on where he's casting just to disrupt his fish?
That's that. That's another way to
Oh
use it.
yeah, send that.
I
There's
mean,
a
maybe it's something where we could get into this on Bass University if I was ever able to have the opportunity to do a seminar at Bass University. But Bass do not get afraid from a sonar beam from live technology. So I will say that.
They do not.
As someone that's probably looked at it more than anybody, I can promise you they do not.
Oh,
How about co-ed's bikinis? How's it work with that?
I think that's probably Clark Ream's problem.
It's funny you should
Line 'em
mention
up,
that,
Pete.
Ben, because we've got big news.
We do.
What?
What?
I'm
Are we going to announce this? Are we announcing something live?
We
Trump
were in talks
2024?
with Ben
Yeah.
to be at Bass University in Athens, Texas.
Yes.
Good move,
January
Peter.
of this year.
Hey!
Yes.
How about that?
That's a good move, Peter.
Big announcement live.
I'll take credit for that.
Yeah. Brian the Carpenter's taking
Somehow.
credit for it. Or Becky is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, and for anyone that wants to say that that's like manufactured or it's all about the money or something like that, I know we talked about this the last time I was on with you, Ike, and on Bass U, but it was my Christmas present from my mom. I was at one of the very first Bass Universities in 2009 in Dallas. Maybe it was the first one ever. I don't know, but it was an on-site location.
Early
yeah.
one. Yeah.
She sent me down there, and I wasn't even 21. I got the boot actually when I went to try to go have some drinks and learn more at the bar from you and from Ish and from God, I can't remember who else
carded
was
you.
down there. Yeah, I got carded and booted, and then went back to my hotel room sad. But, I was at one of the very first Bass Universities, and honestly, it's still the best bass fishing seminars I've ever seen in my life.
That's awesome. Heck yeah.
That's amazing. It's
That's
come full
awesome.
circle.
It has.
Now you're going to be the guy booting the kids out of the bar.
That's right. Yeah,
It's
you boot them
crazy.
out. Paul, what'd you have?
So, Ben, I know
Louder.
that Ben, I know there's another Sixth Sense guy just like you, Josh Jones, and he's another live scope guru.
Yeah.
I was just thinking it'd be cool to see them two do a 1v1 tournament.
Oh, a head-to-head.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you two are like the biggest
Huh.
big bass, gurus in the country. You know, what
But
I mean?
it's got to be like a
Actually,
triathlon though. It can't just be
it'd
one
cool to
one
see,
event.
like a friendly 1v1 tournament. You know.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah,
idea.
I'm not going to touch on that too much, but I'll just say I'm anytime, anywhere.
Oh! Oh, well,
let's go.
wow. Well, I think, Pete, Paul, that was a great way to end this with a little tease of a possible battle here one day. But Ben, thanks for coming on the show. And honestly, dude, I'm so happy and so stoked for you. And I can't wait to fish with you and against you next year on Elites. It's going to be super cool. And wish you the best for sure next year. I know you're going to keep catching them. So
Yeah, you probably can't see the goosebumps right now, but I'm fishing alongside you next year. You, like, what? Crazy.
Yeah. Let's talk about those
Unbelievable,
goosebumps when Mike cuts you off when he's in last place. never meet your idols.
Never meet your
Yeah.
idols.
Yeah, you're not part of the community yet.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I seriously appreciate it. I can't believe it happened still. It's just getting started. And hopefully for many years to come, Ike, we'll be out there together.
We will. And great job, Ben. There you have it, everybody. Ben Milliken.
Well done.
Yes.
Well done.
On Ike Live. Take it easy, Ben. That's awesome, dude. A great success story. I love to see that, you know, and I wish we had more time because there was other questions I had for Ben, but great success story. You can do it. The dream can happen. I know we got a lot of people watching now that have that aspiration, that are YouTubers, that do digital content. Great story to look at that, and you
Ben
can
was a
do it.
fisherman
You can make
first.
it, you know? Yeah.
Right?
And it's tough because look at the field. I mean,
Super tough.
the great guy like Ish and Bobby Lane. I mean, Bobby came so
It's tough.
close,
Tough.
just missed it.
Tough
This
to
is
make it.
not an easy thing.
It's
to
not
do.
easy. It's not a given.
It's not even close.
It's not a given.
It's the hardest thing out there right now.
Super hard. Super hard. Thanks everybody for tuning in to this Halloween special. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and I got big news, Brian the Carpenter.
What?
When we come back in a little bit,
You're Brian the Carpenter.
Brian the Carpenter. I've got big news. I'm Brian the Carpenter, and I have big news. When we come back in just a little bit after this break, Pete, Dave, we're going to have on Ike. We're going to have on two big characters over there at MLF BPT. We're going to talk a little bit about what's been going on. There's some heavy stuff going on. We're going to flesh some of that out. I can't wait to get Boyd and Stephen Browning on to see what's going on and really decipher the information, because there's a lot happening right now over there. It's like a lot. It's like a lot of stuff.
Everybody's talking about it.
Everybody's talking about it. Yeah, it's going to be great. Hang in there with us. When we come back, more of the Ike Live Halloween special.
So instead of a commercial break, we have some best of, which means we have a lot of Halloween years past content. So
Okay.
enjoy some fun stuff from the past.
Okay.
Everyone.
Hello?
To speak directly to a customer service specialist, please press 1.
Press 1, Spock.
Enter our automated system for store information.
Press 1. Press 1, Spock.
Gift card balance, or to get your reward points.
Press 1, Spock.
Press 2. To repeat this menu, please stay on the line.
Press 1, Spock. Can you press 1, Spock?
Wait a minute. I think we're getting a special correspondence in from Hudley Crockett. Hudley?
Hudley Crockett here. We interrupt this regular broadcast to bring you this special news. Allied forces have cracked the German code with the Enigma machine. And in other news, professional bass phenom Bobby Lane is defecting from the Bass Angler Sportsman Society and heading to Major League Fishing.
Back the other way? Already? We didn't start yet.
That's the news for you. That's the news for you.
The news is backwards.
It started back then.
Well, it's 2 years behind. It's 2019. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
It's
I
still
get it now.
2019.
Oh, I understand.
And in other news, Major League Fishing will be announcing a new digital platform where you can watch the anglers.
Pete's uncomfortable.
Pete's sweating. Pete's hot.
You know, I would have to say that most people feel is the strongest and the best knot, but I'm pretty horrible at tying that knot. It takes me a year to tie it. I need 2 extra hands, and every time I pull it, it breaks. So, you know, I opt for a different type of knot, and if you can Google Pete Gluzek's knot, and you'll see it. It's right. You can find it anywhere on the internet. And what's funny? Check that knot out. It's the fastest knot. It's the most consistent knot to marry the 2 lines. Because I really, as I apparently cracked up the room at my own expense, but it's.
Oh, no.
Oh my God! It's the fastest way to marry the two lines, and you can talk about why that's so funny here in just a second. But what it does is, like, I fish around zebras all the time, and man, I'm always having to retie leaders, and it took so long. I use Pete's knot, and you use Pete's knot, and you'll catch them too.
Have you ever seen this? Even
No.
back when Brian had that Huffy or whatever back in the
No.
day. Did you ever see this shit?
Brian's Huffy. No, the Huffy had a Brian's Huffy.
That's a new character.
He's such an asshole. Brian's Huffy on the message board. Dude, hold on, Mike. You say that. All of us had regular BMX bikes, right? I had a Diamondback. Mike had a dyno or GT. What you have?
I had a GT, then a dyno.
You had a dyno. And Brian's brother came up with the idea of getting him like a mountain bike. It was like a Huffy mountain bike.
It was an
Brian's Huffy.
It was an X24.
And it was huge. Everyone else had these like regular sized bikes. He had this monster tire truck.
I couldn't fucking pull a wheelie with the damn thing.
You couldn't do an endo. You couldn't do
Goddamn pig.
We didn't have the prepubescent strength even listed over our heads, dude. Let alone.
Damn it, Bill.
I see you.
I
What are you
see
up
you,
to?
Ish.
What are you doing?
All we need is Ish's head to pop up again.
No, wait, here it is.
Ish came back. Yeah.
I see you.
I
What are you
see
up
you,
to?
Ish.
What are you doing?
Ish is back. He doesn't even know he's on.
Hey, while we're telling that, Freddie was talking and
I've got
talking about when you won the classic.
Terrible Wi-Fi.
We know the spread. Hey, when he was talking, dude, it just reminded me.
Can't hear you. I'll go stand under the light right here.
That's a good spot, Fred.
That's a good spot. That looks good.
Go back to the
I'm
darkness.
just like I'm going under random lights. I'm walking under random lights. Look, you can see me now.
This is totally Freddie.
Oh, it's so good.
Frozen Fred.
Oh, God.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
John. John, you were saying
Dude,
something.
Mike, I was just gonna say that when you won that classic, I'll never forget. We were because I was there working like a
I'm sorry,
I
guys.
wasn't even fishing.
I know he was going to do it.
Oh my God.
Oh man,
I knew it.
I'm sweating. I'm laughing so hard. I'm sweating. I got the sweats. This is great.
Oh my God.
All right, John, try again.
Well, you were trying to help Mike put some luck with his sandwich in that whole situation. If you want to.
No.
If you, she doesn't want to. So Mike, over the years, he gets better luck under certain situations. And
Superstitious.
Very
I think that,
superstitious.
some people are superstitious, and Becky's one of those. And there was one day that we were all rooming together, and, Becky had made Mike sandwiches, and she was getting ready to put them into the refrigerator. But before she did, she wanted to rub some special mojo.
They were
say
in
on a-
plastic bags though, but
and that we knew, me and Ish at the time we're walking back into the room at the time that this was happening.
Are you trying to tell me, John, in all your life, you never saw a woman, a wife, a girlfriend rub a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on her crotch before?
no one said it had to be my crotch.
It was your crotch.
I didn't know what to say. Like
I was wondering where we're going with this.
Is
that where it was?
That was fun.
Hold on.
I just didn't know what to say.
John,
It was just, it was awesome. I was like, I don't have that. I need a rub for my sandwich. Where's my sandwich getting rubbed at? I didn't have that.
I want a sandwich.
Well, disappointing for me. I'm like happy for life, really. That was
Sherry's
honestly,
cookies
that's
and
what
Becky's
happened.
sandwiches.
Sherry's cookies.
Life has gotten so much more boring since
I
then.
know. Life's got more, but.
Hey, Julie, I need a sandwich.
Oh, Sam.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I totally forgot about that. The shit you do to be funny and then you get caught.
I don't know.
And now it's time for a very special word of Christmas from the Stormtrooper.
Eat Glusek, the second chair. Gray hair, silver beard. With age to here. Toxic masculinity, you say. I say too. Pointing at the camera. Bitches to grow past you. Shut up and fetch my supper. I had a long day's work. But you were fishing on the water. Bam! Uppercut. Riz Tor. Riz no more. Work boots still in the box. Work gloves still at the store. Jake. Yes, Jake. No steak. No snake. No State Farm. BTC. Pushing the buttons. 1, 2, 3. 10 years later. Still doesn't know what the fourth one does. Wire kicked loose. Show now delayed. Quick, call Jeffries so the show can be played. The universe is upside down. Ain't right. The X-20 boat still floats. Customer's job's done. On time. BTC home hours before closing time. At the bar, no getting in the car with glazed eye. Uber on speed dial, to my surprise.
Do you have any tips for people that are out in the boat? What the best place on the boat to take care of your business is?
I mean,
Passenger
you
side?
want the rundown?
Yeah.
I like all right. Let me see how we
Brian, we're going to recreate a dump.
Let's just
right
pretend
now.
this is your
Yeah,
Okay.
Right.
Now I hear a lot of guys they tell poop stories and they're always like hanging on to a power pole and the motor and like that's impractical and uncomfortable.
It is.
I do this on a daily basis, so I've really mastered it. Okay. It works best in single console boats.
Okay.
You go to the passenger side, normally keeps his rods.
Yep.
You move all those rods out of the way. Get in there, and then
That's an important first step.
Yeah, you don't want to break anything or any drippage or
by a crankbait.
whatever. You get those out of the way. Obviously, you pull your pants down, and then you just sit on the rail. It's very comfortable, But the only a little tuck, you know what I mean? Or else you'll pee all over yourself. So you pull the pants down, tuck, then you're hanging over the rail. You're on Facebook. You're comfortable. You're sitting.
Yeah.
You're not hanging on for dear life, trying not to fall into the lake. You know what I mean?
How do you prevent it?
You hold the strap or you holding the
No,
seat
you don't
strap?
need to. It's perfectly.
No,
you don't
dude,
need to hold anything.
I hold the seat strap.
It's perfectly comfortable.
You're
I'm
elevated
just on
enough,
Facebook, like.
You're balanced. You're up there. You're like you're on the
We can
John.
shoot a
There you
Bass
have
U
it.
video on it on Monday. You want to do some
That'd
beginner
be a good
stuff?
one. Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
That'd really.
You also have an advance too.
Yeah, I don't have paper. I'm usually cutting up rags. That's usually my go-to.
Socks, whatever's laying
Yeah.
around.
Oh, no.
Hey everybody, welcome back to.
All right, go.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Ike Live Halloween special. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. I know we are. It's great to look at everybody in different light here tonight. I didn't know that's what I look like. And Dave, you look odd tonight, and Eric, you look strange. It's kind of funny we're switching roles tonight, but It was great hearing from Ben
Becky
Milliken
Hodges.
in the first segment, and congrats to him for qualifying for the tour. And we're going to keep the show moving right along, Dave / Pete. And really looking forward to this part because, man, it's been a big week in the news of bass fishing, in the world of bass fishing. A lot of news about the changes over at Bass Pro Tour and Major League Fishing. And we've got two guests to really talk to tonight that know it better than anybody. I'm very excited to have both these guys on. And hopefully we'll be able to decipher what's going on. What do you think?
I think it's important. I mean, everybody's talking about it. The pros are, very opinionated on what's went down.
Yeah.
I'm excited to talk to Boyd and
yeah.
In the management side and of things to, get an understanding of, some of the rule changes and how it's going to affect everything.
Well, very, very excited. And then, of course, Stephen Browning also joining us in just a second here as well.
Hold on. We have to lighten the mood for a hot second.
Oh, you want to lighten the mood? Okay. What do we got? We have some news.
I've turned my mic on. So Frankie Provolone said Dave looks like the penguin from the Batman movie.
Dave does.
Pretty good.
You kind of do.
Yeah, pretty good.
I'm sorry. We can go back.
Yeah.
That one was
You do
super
have that look to you. Yeah. Is that real gold, by the way?
Spanish penguin.
Is that thing heavy? It looks heavy.
Penguin.
Very excited to have both these guys on. But we're going to start with a guy that's really changed the sport a little bit and very instrumental in creating a league that has offered something different. Pete, we said it. What better guy to hear from than the man himself, President, CEO of Major League Fishing and Bass Pro Tour, Boyd Duckett, joining us here on Ike Live, the Halloween special. Boyd!
What do you say, Ike?
All right, first things first. Who the heck do you have with you tonight here on the Halloween special? Who is that?
That's Reagan.
Reagan?
Yeah.
From The Exorcist.
Yeah, Reagan from The Exorcist.
Oh, yeah, she looks good.
Yeah, she's held up pretty well. Hey, I didn't want anybody to confuse her for Jennifer.
Well, I'm glad you have Reagan on with you tonight. It's a great support system for maybe some of the questions we're going to be posing for you tonight. But first thing, I want to say it was great seeing you at the Hall of Fame. I guess it was a few weeks ago. It's awesome seeing you out there. And Pete, it was cool because it's a night where the history of the sport is the most important thing. It's celebrated, right? And it was so cool to see you there, Boyd, Chase Anderson there, just people from all over the industry just there for a night to say, hey, we're here to celebrate bass fishing because we love the sport. So I thought that was cool that we saw each other out there.
That was cool. And congratulations again. I know your audience has heard that, but it was awesome. It was an awesome time. And to see you're right where you ought to be. And I'm proud of you and well-deserved. Did an awesome job on the speech. It was a smidgen long.
It was.
Just a smidgen.
Yeah, when they play the Oscar music on you, you went over. But the other thing, this is Ike Live, so we have to out stuff here. But one of the coolest things of the night was an auction that happens at the Hall of Fame, and it was so cool to see yourself and Chase Anderson bidding, almost like a bidding war for some of the cool items. And I don't even know who won it, but the good news is that all that money generated goes toward the Hall of Fame and making that thing bigger and better. So that was cool to see that. By the way, who won that bidding war? Boyd, was it you? Was it Chase? Did you both win? What happened?
Well, yeah, I guess we both won, and more important, the Hall of Fame won because, like you said, it's all about generating money for the Hall of Fame. But they ended up stopping it and just agreeing that once we reached whatever that price was, that they would make two of them. Wow. So we both have one.
Oh, there you go.
So they just stood up and said, "Hey, we'll just sell two of them for that price." It doubled. Hey, pretty smart, right? And it doubled the revenue, and they sold us both one. So, but we had a lot of fun. Chase and I enjoyed that.
Yeah, because nobody wants to be the guy that bid it on. It's like, no, I'm good. I lost that one. Like, you really didn't want it, but you're still bidding on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we'll make another. You know?
Yeah.
It's like,
I
no.
heard, I heard the tiebreaker was they break out. I heard the tiebreaker they get out the golden rule.
The golden rule.
Yeah.
It's on inches.
Yeah.
Yeah. That could be. It's a good way to break the tie.
Sorry, Pete.
It's a good way to break tie. Boyd, I want to jump right into it. Big couple week or so with a lot of news. Sort of a tumultuous week for MLF, but in an interesting way. So I guess I want to just hit right off the bat. Big changes being announced. My first question is why? Why the changes? A lot, and it was multiple changes. So you want to dive into why? Like it was just it's interesting. Like why the changes? Why right now? Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. So I guess there were several changes. We'll take them on different topics, but the majority of this, well, there's two things happening. One is we made a lot of changes within the company. We're in I mean, none of you guys feel this, but there's a little bit of a recession out there. So some of the interior portion of it was just trying to find a way to operate the company as efficiently as possible, which is always important. But really, all of the results that are fan facing or public facing are really a result of a 5-year strategic business plan. And I don't want to bore everybody with the details, but I'll try to give a real quick synopsis. So, as you know, Ike, when we started Major League Fishing and had the cups and everything was television, we had good ratings on television, so we were able to produce a high number of impressions for our sponsors. That's kind of been the history. But as you guys also know, because here you are live streaming digital, that television for all sports are declining. Right. So recognizing that, we have entered into more of a and we're not giving up anything in television. We're actually trying to pick up some additional network coverage. But as it continues to diminish over the next 3 to 5 years, we are expanding into digital platforms. So you're going to see us start showing up every place and or every place that we can, figure out how to put it on. And then also live stream, the produced product, no different, than your show. If you did a 30-minute or a 1-hour produced show, especially with all those nuts from New Jersey that you've got, it just isn't the same, Yeah. And we do a great job of that, I think. But we recognize live stream's critical. So we are expanding our live stream pretty substantially. We've added the team series. The team series is that's a produced show where it was last year. A lot of people saw that produced show. That's been, wildly popular. It's a lot of fun with the guys in their headsets. It's a lot of fun to fish in, and it's a lot of fun for the fans. So we're expanding that, and we'll now be live streaming every day of the team series. So that's a lot more live stream. We have 4 6-day events, so it's 24 more days of live stream there. Then also we're picking up the college championship, Toyota Series championship, and the red, the All-American, the Phoenix BFL All-American. So we're just trying to find a way to pick up all that stuff, and focused on this expansion. We recognize that if you're going to go out and find an audience, we're pretty good at social media, right? We have some very capable people, but I don't know that we understand it like the sports business does, in that you deliver social media with a purpose. You go out in the market and try to find a way to pull that fan base to go touch them and pull them back to a digital stream. Way different than the television side. Right. And so we've enlisted doing a partnership with IMG, Endeavor IMG, and to not take over our social. We're going to do all of it, but to guide us in a top level consulting situation to help us find ways to increase our live stream numbers. So that's kind of that's a short version of the long business strategy. Yeah. And so as a result of that, you are seeing some other changes. One of the big ones being every fish counts. Right. So We always did every fish counts. You guys all have watched it. You know how fun and exciting that can be. We went last year. We had a lot of our anglers wanted to fish for 5. A lot of our fans wanted to see our anglers fish for 5.
Yeah.
But we have the data on that is not as good as every fish counts. We actually, of course, we've increased live stream numbers year over year since we've been in business, but that kind of flattened out on unique growth. But more importantly, the visit times shortened. Guys were checking in, see where you were, and if you're 4 pounds back, in a 5-fish deal, the score tracker doesn't move like it did when every fish counts. So that's what drove that. That fits the new expanded digital program better. We feel like it's our very best product. It's the DNA of Major League Fishing. So that's what pushed that change.
Gotcha.
And to your Mike, that was a big point that you always made, that you thought that made Major League Fishing unique.
I did.
And that was special about MLF.
I did. I love that original format of every fish counts. I thought it's what it is what made Major League Fishing unique. And I'll take it a step further. I love the original concept where if that fish was a legal fish, you weighed it and you counted that weight. I love that. And to be honest, from a personal standpoint, that fit me better, right? Because I catch a lot of little ones. So that was really, really good for me. Yeah. So I was not a fan of the 5-fish limit or the variable weight limit. I was not a fan of that. But I think the fans had an outcry for bigger fish, and then the anglers voted on that, right? So, I think that's maybe the next question that I have, Boyd, and this is coming from this is a sincere question from me personally, which is, at the core, the start of Major League Fishing to me was all about the anglers having a say, the anglers having a true voice, which is something we've never had. We've never had that in bass. We've never had that in the sport of fishing. And, when I made that leap, it was fueled by that concept of all of a sudden we're going to be in control of our own destiny. That was what made me make that leap, that vision, that dream of having a real voice. And and Boyd, I'm being totally honest, where I want to dive into that a little bit, because I'm concerned, are the anglers losing their voice? Or is this angler driven? Did the anglers say, we want to go back to this?
I think that the emphasis on working hand in hand with our anglers has not changed. The formation of the Angler Association did a lot. We still do everything we used to do. And, in other words, things that affect the anglers that don't affect the business. And it's not, and the anglers, most of them are plenty capable of understanding the business,
right?
But they're not privy to it 365 days a year. So, and that's the difference. Obviously, right. I could make suggestions from here about how you run Ike Live, but I don't really, right. They would just be an opinion because I don't know where all that stands. So we
run this
really,
horribly.
Yeah, really what it is whatever, that doesn't affect us financially, that anglers can be part of when you fish, where you fish, how big are the fish, even quantities. Hey, taking a chance. We said last year, we're going to go ahead and we're going to give it a chance. I didn't know if the 5 would be better or worse.
Right.
Went out and made it. And then we provided the numbers from back to the anglers. There's some specific anglers that enjoy catching 5 bass. I like catching 5 bass. Quite honestly, it's not as stressful, as it is when you're never safe. But the anglers have received that pretty well. Probably the toughest change with us focusing and the need to run a 50-man field as opposed to the 80-man field. That's probably the biggest, currently the biggest rub, because everybody isn't going to qualify. That's the hardest part of this set of changes.
Right.
But did the anglers have a voice?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's Brian. I think that's a good question. I mean, I think we should dive into that. Having a smaller field, I think there's some benefits to it, but at the core of it, if your body of anglers didn't want that, the problem is, here's the problem. I'll strip it down even more, and just agree with me or disagree with me, Boyd. Is running a business strictly a business? You're running a business. You buy a business on the corner. It's a restaurant. You're running that business. Is that different than running a business that is a sport? Because, Major League Fishing or BASS, they're bigger than a business. They're different than a regular business because it's a sport. How do you feel? I mean, do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I think that there's more dynamic to running the sport. So the front office is I use that term, it's an NFL term, if we use it or not, but somebody's responsible to make sure that all these ideas that we have are financially fruitful, so you have that side of it, which then Major League Fishing is the same as really all the other companies that I've, owned and run in the past. Then you have the dynamic of the sports side where fans are critically involved, because that's really your customers also. Your anglers are your customers, but your fans are also very much your customers. Then you have sponsors who are your customers. So it's a little different dynamic from that side. And then really in our space, Bass and NPFL, Major League Fishing, and everybody that's been in here, most all of us are in it because we're passionate about the space. So that always changes the dynamic, because it's generally not someone that owned a franchise of Wendy's and now comes over and gets into the fishing space. You get into the space because you want to be. I mean, Chase Anderson is at Bass doing what he does because he wants to.
Yeah.
He loves the space, and you know that about me and most everyone that's in our organization. So yeah, I agree somewhat. I agree that the dynamic is very different, but what comes down to the nuts and bolts of the business, it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
I have a question.
You said
though.
this.
No, I have a question. So Boyd, I hear everything you're saying, and I don't disagree with everything that you're saying. But what I think part of the issue is, and I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be corrected, but what you just said was MLF, sponsors, anglers, but you fall in every single bucket. You yourself personally.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that a lot of the issue that is arising, especially with the conflict and the way people have feelings about all this, is because you fall in every single one of the buckets, unfortunately, and I know why you got in originally, and I know the feelings that you had at the beginning. We had all these conversations, but now how many years later are we? But you are the president CEO, but you're also an angler, but you're also a sponsor. Do you think that part of that creates a conflict and people's perception of everything that's happening, and therefore their feelings and it's creating different mindset of how everyone is perceiving what is happening? Yeah. And I'm sorry for my voice. I sound like a smoker.
You do sound like a smoker.
It's an awful virus.
Yeah,
so
vapor.
Sorry. I gave
You're
it to
vaping.
myself.
You were vaping right before you came
but go
on.
ahead. I'm sorry, but I do wonder if there is a clear perception issue because of what you said, but you ultimately fall in every bucket.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I guess that's what produces the interest. I haven't heard from our anglers. Well, let me go back to my participation. So in the old days when I fished, I competed. I fished to compete. Today I fish to participate, to be part of it. That's not a top priority for me. I told several of the anglers, I have heard that comment once or twice, But I mean, I don't think it's substantial, but it doesn't matter to me if I fish Bass Pro Tour or not. If the anglers were uncomfortable with that, I'd gladly move over and fish invitationals or whatever.
Yeah.
I'd like to fish something. I enjoy the couple of weeks off, but that, yeah. So from that perspective, I don't think it's an issue. And like I said, I'm not passionate about that. It's not critical to me.
Mm-hmm.
The sponsor side of it, I am in the space, but I love, most all my energy today, between the marine dealership and ducket fishing, rods, reels, baits, and that side of it, I like being in all of that. I don't feel that's a conflict to be part of it. But anyway, I guess did I answer that, Becky?
Yeah, no, you answered it. No, you answered it. And I do wonder if part of it is also, and I feel like this was back at the beginning too. I know we're from Jersey, so we're so vocal, but the rest of the anglers don't tend to be quite as outspoken.
Boyd, it was easier to get you on than to find a BPT angler with the balls to come on. So shout out to Stephen Browning when he gets on here.
Yeah.
Because,
Thanks, Becky.
Oh my God, what a bunch of.
Pete's gonna hate me after this. I was Pete Glusick tonight.
Yeah.
Very
PC.
But no, I think that there's a lot of people, and there's, I'm not gonna lie, because people tell me I'm intimidating all the time. So I'll tell you, Boyd, you're kind of intimidating. So I wonder if part of it is maybe they're scared to actually say that to you because of your connection to each one of those buckets. It could be.
Right.
Like we speak of. I don't know. It's my own Jersey perception.
Boyd, I have a question. I'm sorry, Pete. You were.
I'm sorry, Boyd. You said the biggest rub is the anglers that are in 25 that are going to be let go. We're looking at it's better than a 30% reduction in the field. I'm just going to, echo some of the things that I've heard. Like, they followed you over, they followed this whole plan, and now they're going to be let go. Is that a recession-based decision, or is that a decision based on, a different, point? Like maybe we think that a smaller field is better for the sport long term. Or is it a combination of both?
Yeah, so there's no economic gain to the 50-man field. It did save us some on officials and things like that, but all of the gain, it's a couple $100,000 maybe. All of that I put back in the payout. The league gained zero from the 50-man field. The plan behind that, and to be as honest as possible, we've worked really hard to try to find a way to elevate the sport of bass fishing, and we have. We've seen television numbers, television totals that are multiples of where our sport had ever been. Okay, and we have all of that. Tremendous live stream numbers. So it's not that we haven't been successful, but we're also not the PGA yet. And the driver from the beginning has been, how can we take this sport with a set of anglers, not a list of names, but a list of blocks? How can we find a way? So we've not ever quit that passionate move. So this most recent, this restructure is 6 or 8 months old. It's not a complete restructure, but the thought process of trying to add and build a big audience through the digital side of it, that's what's driving these changes. Quite honestly, the 50-man field, we're going to fish 4 days. We've got to cover, and you guys know this, we're covering 40 now by splitting the field, the A-B group thing. The 6-day event is way too long. We have fatigue from our viewers. It's a lot.
I agree with that.
It's just too much. It's confusing. You bring new viewers in, you got an A group and a B group, and which one were you in? So we need to fish all our guys so that we have a full competing field each day. Then we have to cover that. So the challenge is even going from covering 40 to covering 50. A lot more chase boats, a lot more, cameras running around trying to chase that cut line, chase the leaders, chase the cut line. So it's a challenge to cover 50 correctly. And then the last piece of it, and probably the biggest driver, is to try to find a way to focus on our highest performers. And you know, philosophically, we started with Bass Pro Tour. Ike, you know this. And like, for instance, we cover every guy. We cover all 80 guys. And that's been good for our 80 guys. But it's also diluted the potential media for those guys. And if we're going to grow the sport and build, you know, hopefully build bigger stars that have larger fan bases and provide a better opportunity, then that needs to come with a smaller group. Also, bass fishing has changed from when I was in it and working to compete, and I lived through all of this. There was a time that we were a stronger influencer as a professional angler than we are today, unless we're multifaceted. But just being a tournament angler today, lost in a large field, not just at Major League Fishing, all of us, all of the pro circuits that are out here, we're not as much of an influencer as we once were. So the opportunity to try to create more of an exclusive field, you know, and then let those top performers gain the most media so that they had that opportunity, fairly based, not picking anybody, but let those performers gain that, then that should provide opportunity then for sponsors to look out and say that's I want my money in that field. I want my guy in that field, and raise the bar for all of those anglers that are in that field and provide opportunity and build bigger stars. Hey, here's a great equation. The most popular angler in the world is Bill Vance. You know why? Because Bill's had the most media. And that's it. So being able to manage a smaller group of performers and to offer them a much enlarged platform, which is what is on our horizon, focusing on the top performers, not an individual because somebody likes him or doesn't like him, but purely based on performance, should elevate our anglers to a sponsorship opportunity that they haven't had before. That's the purpose. And I want to say this: you can't imagine the tens and hundreds of hours I've worried about everybody can't qualify. The angler side of that, this is not an easy decision. This is no different than any company that that you might have to downsize, and you have good employees that don't get an opportunity to stay. Those are really tough days. And this is really hard, but I try to stay focused on the fact that I got in this and have worked all these years, and I haven't stopped trying to find a way to create an elevated level where we have some number of guys that look at, that are 7-digit earners, and not getting by. That's the driver.
Right.
And so that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah. That makes sense.
My question, Boyd, was does each angler have a price for the company? And I'm not going to ask you to say what the price is, but what does it cost? Like, what's the cost analysis per angler where you can lose 30 pay-to-play participants?
Well, that does come at a cost, but you mean you're talking about entry fee?
Yeah. What I'm saying in general is it obviously there has to be a cost per angler when it comes down to it. Like, each guy's going to cost the company something in terms of payouts, time, cameras, everything like that.
Yeah.
I guess one is like, this obviously can't be you're trimming out these 30 guys because it costs less to have them, right? I mean, you're obviously going to be losing in this regard, correct?
Yeah, the cut doesn't make us any money, but it does provide a better opportunity for the 50 that are there because the payouts go up. You're not feeding as many as at the table, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
At first it sounded like this was, when I came into this conversation, I thought it was just going to be more like financial, eliminating people.
It's got to be.
But
it has to be.
So then
Why
but
else
then-
would you do it? No, it's not about making somebody making 30 guys more money. It has to be. I'm sorry, my opinion. It has to be about financial security for the company.
But if there's a
Right?
cost per angler, then you would have to say that cost exceeds what they pay to get in.
Yes.
Therefore, if you get rid of them, then you're losing money. If it's green, if it's red, then obviously it's not, right?
It's about saving money. It has to be.
Yeah, I don't know. Boyd?
Yeah, no. The cut to 50-man field makes zero for us. The only savings we recover from that is the cost of officials. Well, that we only have 40 days. There is some cost savings. Somewhere around $150,000 was the cost savings. I put all of it back in the payout. It'll get paid in 25. It's forward. The company made zero from the cut, so it's not cost savings driven.
The company made 150, and you're putting it back in.
Exactly, and so it's driven for the goal that I described in that trying to find a way to create that elevated group and give them expanded media coverage should provide much better opportunity for those 50 guys.
Gotcha. I got to ask you this other hard question because you talked about the angler voting, right? And we were talking with David Dudley, and I've seen a lot of social posts that decision that why weren't the anglers involved in that decision?
It's a strategic business decision, and I understand, hey, all of us as anglers, okay, we don't want to see another angler have less opportunity or feel like, everybody, I don't know if any of us, any of the guys in the opens that don't want to see guys have a chance to make it through. And I think that anglers as a whole probably feel that way. But when it comes to building long-term strategy, that's really a company issue. I don't know that anglers would have a position one way or the other. They might have a piece of a position. Hey, I don't like that because, I don't want my buddy to not qualify. But I don't know that they would be interested in going through the whole process of, what it takes to have an elevated field, how that can bring sponsorship into the space. We built that plan out and then, of course, laid that out 3 weeks ago for them to see.
I guess it upsets me because I know I'd be in the bottom 30.
I would too. I would. The way I'm fishing, I would definitely be in the bottom 30. But it just keeps coming full circle for me about that angler voice, and how I think the original plan for all the MLF guys where they would have a say. And I just think whether they need to be involved in it or not, I think that was their vision, was to have a say in it. And maybe this converts a little bit now to, you've got a group of anglers that created something.
Anglers with Attitude or something.
Anglers with Attitude. APC that was created. And in that group, which is interesting, you would think it was just the bottom 30 guys, but it also includes guys that are well into the top 10 as well. How are you going to handle that, Boyd? Is that something that will you recognize those guys? Will you go to the table with those guys? Will you? How are you going to handle those voices?
Yeah, so I didn't really even know about it. Nobody had called me or mentioned that they, had an interest or what have you. But as soon I actually heard about it, John Johnson from Bass Fan called me and he said, "Hey, do you have a statement about the APC?" And I'm like, "What the hell's APC?" But then I reached out to try to find that. So I certainly wanted to know what everybody's concerns were. I had a call with Pat there from the APC and explained our business vision and explained our reasoning behind it. whether they believe in it or don't believe in it, obviously that's what we believe will make us most successful, make our anglers most successful. And I didn't have a lot of pushback from Pat, so I just had the one phone call and that's it. So
Boyd, just to go back on one thing, so cutting the bottom 30 saved you $150,000 as a company.
I believe that's right from memory. Yeah, something in that neighborhood.
So that's the problem I have, Mike. Like, anglers having an opinion. You run a company.
Yeah.
You run a company. Brian, you run a company. The employees aren't going to make a decision that's better for the company. They're going to make it for themselves. I mean, do we all agree that sponsorship money is down?
Sponsorship money is
in the fishing game right now. It's down.
And if companies don't adjust to current markets, what happens to the company?
They go down. They go under.
And if you have the Indians commanding the tribe, I don't know. I mean, someone has to make the hard decisions, and I couldn't be that guy. That's why I'm an Indian.
Yeah.
But you don't promise that it's going to be angler run and then not.
But promises change based off the economy.
Oh,
that promise was made 5-6 years ago when money was being
when
printed.
you needed to vote.
Right. I think we have a bigger issue though, because Boyd had mentioned that, I guess, I'm not sure how you reference Bill Dance, but Bill Dance being the most well-known or profitable angler. And we all know Bill Dance, but Bill was able to retire from the tournament piece and have a TV show when TV was a huge
At its
thing.
peak. Yeah.
It was at its peak,
Yeah.
and he was able to make a name for himself and have TV. I think that part of what we have going on now is that Boyd's reference is correct. That whole digital, that whole TV piece is key to take your name to the next level.
Yeah.
But we're in a lull of TV as digital takes off, but in the outdoor market, it hasn't fully taken grasp. So we have, like the Outdoor Channel or Mo TV, we've got Waypoint, we've got amazing things happening, but they haven't fully manifested into what would make somebody a Bill Dance yet.
Right.
Now we have a bunch of guys, because the bass fishing world is not set up for a full, easy retirement type thing. So most people fish into later years and they stay on these tours because they can still qualify. They're still amazing anglers. Maybe they're not the guy coming in who knows forward-facing sonar so well. Like, maybe they're not winning all the tournaments Angler of the Year, but they're still viable anglers. They're amazing. But we don't have that second piece for them to roll into, which would be the digital or TV space. So I think what has happened, and a lot of the feelings and the emotions that are happening at this very moment, is many of the anglers that are most likely in that 30, 35, I don't know the exact number, that is probably going to lose a position in 2025. It's a lot of those older guys.
Yeah.
But our industry does not set you up for an easy retirement.
No.
Like, Bill Dance is amazing. Like, he was able to do that. We don't have that now. So we have guys who should be able to fish, or so they thought, because of the way the system has been set up, another 10 years, and they get to promote their sponsors. They get to make money off of tournaments. I think a lot of the angst, and I'll position this to you, Boyd, a lot of the angst is these guys thought they had careers for probably another 10 years, which potentially would then build retirement funds. They'd be fine. They're now looking at themselves probably on that outside 30. And what do? So, and I'm not saying, Boyd, you have to come up with a solution, but I think it's very easy to say that you're looking at those guys as the ones who are probably most upset with MLF as an organization, because they came to MLF as a space to protect them and protect the angler. And now they've just watched the rug pulled out from under them. So you've got a lot of emotions, and a sport that does not create a retirement plan or a future. And what they thought was a future is is now gone. Like, how do you represent your sponsors?
Yeah.
And to Boyd's point, he's saying it's all about, you know, the digital, the promotion, and how do you take care of all this? But now that piece is gone and we're in a bit of a recession. We're also going into an election year. So we have another 12 months that are a little rough. It just culminates to a really tough spot. So, Boyd, I'm sure you've heard from a lot of these people, but I imagine that is a lot of the heartache that you're feeling, that they felt like they were supposed to be protected by MLF, and now they feel let down by MLF. Am I right or wrong? Because that's just...
I would say you're pretty spot on as to where those feelings are come from, and that's what makes the choices tough. So then I guess we would have to decide what is the goal of MLF? Do we feel an obligation that those anglers that is the main focus of the company, or is it our job to try to grow the sport and to try to build a more prolific platform? Is that the job of the company? So and they don't go together. It's hard. I mean, that's the tough question is what are the goals of the company? So
what could be created? And I'm not trying to like have a business like, hey, let's have a brainstorming session like right here on Ike Live. But in some ways, I almost wonder if like these older, and I'm going to throw my husband into this like older angler class, like could something be created for them that wouldn't cost MLF money? It could almost bring profit. Is there a next step? Is it like
Senior Citizens
league?
Tour?
We call it like the alumni league when you play hockey and then you're like old and crotchety. But
Golden parachute.
Is there something that could be created for them that ultimately the MLF, because they could sell and it's something, but it also highlights like these guys that people have like dreamed of watching for so long. I mean, who didn't love, Randy's classic win, or, we have so many guys. I want to see Marty Robinson dance again. I love that guy. Anyways, but like you have so many of those guys. John Murray has been, a name for so long. I know these are probably the guys who are probably falling into that older age class that I'm going to group with my husband. Sorry, babe, you're old. But I almost wonder if there's a way to create something for all of you guys to do together so that they don't ultimately get the boot. I understand what MLF is trying to do and grow this, but if there's a way MLF at the original inception was to take care of the angler, but not almost toss these guys out.
Yeah, so I agree with that. I guess the PGA did that eventually by creating the Seniors Tour. So maybe that is an answer, is to look at, is it saleable to sponsors, and do we have a fan base? Can we generate the impressions, to make it valuable for a sponsor? The answer might be yes to that, where you create a Legends Tour or a Seniors Tour, or pick that, because that's really what PGA did, was follow that guideline. But, I would, on the end of the question, I would also say that, the guy that, those guys that joined in the beginning were interested in our goal of expanding the sport, going out there, trying new and different things. So I feel like the company is still on its direction and what we always committed to. It's just this change is requiring a reduced field for all the purposes that I said, and which creates this problem. But, I kind of think back. I think back on the time, back when, we fished the 150s, and then the Elite Series got created, and we went from the 150s to 100, and it was just top 100 guys go. You remember that, Ike?
Oh, yeah.
And so, and by the way, that change compared to the money and sponsorship from the 150s, when the Elite Series were created, that was positive for anglers. It wasn't positive for all 150 because 50 guys didn't qualify, but it certainly was positive for the guys that were in it.
Yeah. 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 And I don't disagree with that. You know, again, I think maybe there should be smaller fields. There should probably be one league, not three.
I'm all for
smaller fields, right? That should probably happen eventually. That needs to happen.
That would help. That would help us. That would be wonderful if we could all come together and find a way to split up the pie and allow us to focus on just single tiers of anglers. No doubt that would benefit the sport.
Yeah, I mean that's the reality of it. But I keep getting back, and again, I'm just throwing myself into it personally, which is, you know, what was missing at Bass, and the reason that all this happened was, you know, the anglers need to have a voice, you know. And I just and again, this is just personally, I feel like the root of all this is taking that away, you know. And I feel like the anglers have to have a say. I see in a lot of other sports they have player unions or whatever. You know, maybe it's not that, but the anglers need to have a control of their own destiny, you know, at some point, you know. And it's not through a angler group created by the league. It should be an angler group outside of the league, you know. That's never happened.
Anything.
We can't agree on anything. It's never happened. It may never happen. But it should happen.
For 25 years we've been trying to do this.
It should happen.
We cannot agree on it.
Well, I'm not saying that.
I disagree.
Brian disagrees.
See?
Hey, Boyd, did you ever think you'd miss the milk business like you do now?
It was a hell of a lot easier.
It was easier, wasn't it?
Easier.
It was easier. All right, Boyd, we're going to let's throw a couple IM questions at Boyd. I know we got a lot of good ones. Let's just pick a couple good ones. We'll throw them at Boyd, and then we'll keep going. I know we still have a long show to go. You want me to look? What do you got? Let's give Boyd a couple.
All about Becky over here right now.
Oh, they're all about Becky.
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to handle them, Becky?
This Becky.
All right. Let's see. I've got one. This is over on Instagram, Boyd, and this is Steve Pellegrino wants to know, hey, Boyd, have you listened to the Luke Duncan podcast with James Watson yet?
I have not.
Have not. Okay. All right. You want to get one from our IM? What do you got? Let's go over to Fate.
There's a whole lot of statements, but not a lot of questions.
Okay.
Give me a second.
I got a lot.
Everyone has a lot of
statement and a question are two different things.
Yeah, there's a lot of like opinions and statements and
all right.
And a lot of Wawa Hoagie ladies.
A lot of Wawa Hoagie ladies. Okay.
She's excited today.
Looking over on Facebook, we've got one from Bill Graves, and Bill wants to know, Boyd, how much of the changes have been fueled by MLF's hatred of bass? I don't know if that's a fair question, but has that fueled any of this, your differences with bass?
So I like that question because that's a pretty common misunderstanding about bass. And this is a great platform. I've not ever hated bass. I don't know where that came from. I had a great career there. I have ultimate respect for the brand and the history. I think that the current ownership and leadership works hard for the anglers and for the space. They're trying to make it in a really tough market. I don't have any dislike for bass. You laughingly said earlier, wouldn't it be great if we could work together? I'd love to work together. There's not any, I think the world of Chase, don't know him extremely well, but what a big smart guy. And I think that collectively, if we ever had the chance to sit down in a room and say, how could we put this all together into one pie? And, I don't care who owns what, just how can we make it better for the sport? I think that'd be wonderful. But I have no disdain for bass, no dislike. It's completely false. I don't know where that ever came in. I end up having to compete with them, with our sales team for sponsorship.
Yeah.
So that we can survive. We're competitors. but there's no dislike or lack of appreciation or lack of respect for that group.
Yeah.
That brings up, I saw this on the message board earlier. Boyd, if it ever came to it, MLF went away, whatever, would you use your exemption to requalify for the Elite Series?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Well, based on Becky's question, she doesn't think I need to be Fishing Bass Pro Tour. All right. So hang on. So,
senior tour. Yeah, me and Boyd are fishing the senior tour.
Your feelings, Boyd. All right, you're sensitive like the rest of them.
No, I'm just picking. But hey, listen. So I may use my exemption next year, and I can fish the Elite Series and then work hard over here, and I won't bother anybody.
There you go.
That's a fucking.
That would be mind blowing, wouldn't it?
Wow. Savage answer.
There you go.
People would be
Separate your buckets, Boyd.
Yeah.
Separate the buckets.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess maybe one last question, and if anybody else has a question, if you could go back in time, if you could do a time machine, Back to the Future, DeLorean, really cool car, it's that metallic silver gray with the flames at the mall. It's like Boscov's or something. I love that movie.
88 miles per hour.
88 miles per hour. Kilohertz. If you could go back,
gigawatts.
Would you have done anything different if you could go back in time?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that it would be. I would hope that I would have the opportunity to change the mistakes that we've made, because we've made plenty. We stepped out and pioneered and didn't know exactly what to do. We did some right and we did some wrong, but yeah, there's lots that I would change. But I think anybody trying to grow a business from the beginning, and then when it gets large and the way you manage it, that you do make mistakes. So yeah, I'll be the last one to tell you we did it all right. We didn't do it all right.
What's your favorite mistake that you guys made? That's a personal question.
I have some favorite ones for my career.
Yeah. I don't know. It was, I guess it somewhat looks like a mistake to have maybe gone to 5 fish for a year and jumped back to every fish counts, when we kind of all knew in our gut that, that it's a better product for the fans, and then of course we had to wait for the numbers to come in to prove that.
That wasn't your call. That was the anglers.
Well, I agreed to it. So hey, everything's my fault when it doesn't work. Okay, that's what I don't know that yet. Should know that by now.
How does it feel to be the fall guy for all?
Yeah,
of us?
Where's the other guys at?
Yeah, that is a legitimate question. Now, I had that on my notes, and I'm glad you brought that up, because we're different in a lot of ways. But I have had a lot of criticism in my career, a lot, and you have to take it all for MLF, right? Gary Klein and a lot of those guys could just kind of hide, they're mysterious figures, but you do take a lot of criticism. Is it hard to handle all that criticism?
It's always hard, yes, it is. You know that, Ike. It takes your passion to succeed has to be greater than your fear of rejection. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And so, and then you move to go forward. As long, I can go to sleep every night if I know that I've tried, whether I made a mistake or didn't make a mistake. If I tried my very best to do the best I can, that's all I can do. It's all you can do.
Yeah.
That's good advice.
It's good advice. It's good advice.
It's a
Paul?
tough spot.
Yeah. Boyd,
Paul, you got a question for Boyd?
Yeah. You got who?
Paul has one.
Paul, you got a question? You've been very quiet. You got a question for Boyd? You're the guardrail master.
Way out of my league.
Yeah, but you deserve to be part of this conversation. I guess the last question, Boyd, and then we'll let you go. We've kept you a long time. And in your opinion, is bass fishing better now? Is the sport of bass fishing better now than before the split? Is it in a better place today than it was before MLF BPT was created?
I think it is, for the reason that our fan base collectively is now much larger. much, much larger. So, you know, if you look at us as an industry and you look at, you know, tournament fishing, especially professional tournament fishing, our audience is double what it was, you know? So I'm not sure that we've all figured out how to manage that best, but we have succeeded at making a lot more people be aware of bass fishing and be fans of bass fishing. And so from that perspective, I think we are better off.
Gotcha. It's a good answer. Boyd, I appreciate you coming on.
I applaud you for coming on.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming on because
questions.
Yeah, because this is a tough time.
Because Becky was being very mean.
Yeah, Becky was being mean. I got to be honest. The only disappointment I have is Reagan was so quiet during the interview. I wish she would have spoke more. You know?
I could have plugged it in.
I fear like I'm going to wake up tonight and Reagan's going to be there.
She might be there. She's going to throw up on you, Pete.
I'm pretty scared. I mean, how would you have to like to go to bed every night with that?
Good
Man,
Lord.
That's scary.
She's a doll.
BTC's woke up to next to a couple of those.
Brian's ghost has definitely woke up next to a few of those.
The only thing I was hoping for out of this boy to throw a little bit more fuel on the fire was to have you like light up a cigar with a $50 bill or something.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Yeah.
Maybe next time we can get you to do that.
Next time.
Yeah. Well, boy, we appreciate you coming on Ike Live, and I know there was a lot of people with questions and why and how and I think we answered a lot of those tonight.
You know, you and Boyd are neighbors at the Hall of Fame.
We are.
You are.
Yeah. Oh, with yes.
The images.
Pictures. That's awesome. It's good to be in the Hall of Fame. I can tell you that. Boyd, thanks for coming on the show tonight. We appreciate it, and we hope you have a great Halloween. And Reagan, be good.
Yeah. Hey, best to all you guys. I appreciate it. Great show.
Appreciate it. There you have it, everybody. Boyd Duckett. Yes. That was good stuff. Brian, I know we were unsure if we were going to have Boyd and Steven on at the same time. It ended up, I felt it was one of those things where it felt right to have Boyd just keep it Boyd. Yeah. Because I felt like he was really deciphering a lot of stuff. Right or wrong, he was giving his opinion on stuff. And that's always appreciated. Because here's the one thing about this show. We always want to give both sides the ability to talk.
Callan. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we always want to. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and we're very proud of that on Ike Live. And we want to give everyone a chance to talk.
And he's the man in charge.
He's the man in charge.
The buck stops with him.
Yeah,
that's a tough spot.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. And Dave, I hear what you're saying because at some point it is a business, right? It's like a business is a tough. You said it wonderfully in your own way.
I keep seeing the penguin.
Yeah, I know the penguin. but my point again, I just want to get back to this is not a regular business. This is not like running UPS. This is a business and a sport, you know, the sport bubble. And I think that's the difference. I think you cannot run it like a regular business because it's a sport. It's bigger.
It's interesting.
But I do think that Dave, aka Ike, made a good point because I don't know if we got that question answered. If it's only costing them $150,000, why are they cutting the guys?
That was the red. So if he said they saved $150,000, they're putting it back into the payout. So whatever they were paying, and whatever it costs to keep those guys on the water, they were red 150.
Yeah.
That's why I asked that question.
Yeah, I am confused about that a little bit.
Well, I mean,
hold on a second.
What he stated was their business model about expanding the sport and building their viewership is a smaller field. That's the decision that was made.
I got news for you guys. No one's growing. Everyone's cutting back right now because next year is going to be an absolute drought.
Yeah.
Like
maybe.
Dude, UPS is a $40 billion company. They know a few things. Everything's getting cut back.
Yeah.
Amazon knows a few things. Amazon has warehouses that are empty right now.
Yeah.
Brand new ones they built because they're not putting anything in it.
Well, you also got
coming next year.
You also got those 30 guys are paying $6,400 a tournament. So they're funding a tremendous amount.
But that's why I kind of wanted to know what it costs for each guy. Because if there's insurance, what's it cost to get each guy on the water? Then you can start. Then if you get that number, then you can start.
I think he boiled it down to the fact that they're, the cost of the marshals and probably the live streaming is that's what they're going to save.
Take him at his word.
I like that they put it like that, though. I like that the cost per guy. I don't know if they've ever analyzed it in that way, but Dave, you're right. Like, what is the cost per angler?
Yeah.
Like, what is the cost associated?
Yeah.
And probably not the way they would analyze
I
it,
don't know.
because
I
you're
think-
coming at it from a different perspective.
Yeah.
But
This is a great segue. I'd love
Thank
to
you.
get an angler on so we can hear from an MLF angler, a Bass Pro Tour angler.
let's take a quick
You wanna take a
potty
break?
Like
Okay.
literally 1 minute, and then we're gonna bring Stephen Browning on. Can we
Okay.
do that real quick?
All right. Let's do this,
Why
guys.
don't we bring Browning on with Ken and Terry and just
Yeah.
do that all together.
We
He
could do
said
that.
he-
Yeah.
No, he said no.
No.
He shook his head.
Okay. All right. Listen, hang in there with us. Don't leave. This is the Ike Live Halloween special. We're going to take a little break.
Right back.
When we come back, we're going to get one of the Bass Pro Tour anglers on to get a little different point of view on this topic. And Stephen Browning is going to join us in just a second.
Then Ike has announcements to be made.
And competing in a tour, you can't do two. You certainly can't do three. So I have to pick one. So I'm for the growth of the sport. Number one, I'm for getting new people involved, and I'm for the anglers. And for sure, I want to grow the fan base and keep my fans and get more fans involved in the sport. They're the most important thing. But Brian the Carpenter, I mean, at the end of the day, I know this has been a long show and everybody's waiting for it, but I'm here to make my official announcement. And I'm going to tell you my pick on which tournament organization I'm going to fish in 2019 is
Brian, was that your idea?
No, it was yours, Mike. and I went along with you. It was
Oh,
brilliant.
so good. That was so good. I loved it.
We're back on.
Yeah,
That
we're
was
back on.
that
Was a great moment. I hope you enjoyed that if you got to watch that little break there. That was
2019.
That was 2019. That was the start of MLF. Way back in 2009. It's funny you say it like that, Pete. Way back in 2019 when the Bass Pro Tour started. Actually, it wasn't that long ago, but feels like a long time ago. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. This is the Ike Live Halloween special. It's been a hell of a show so far. Ben Milliken, of course, joined us on the first segment, and followed by Boyd Duckett. Some good explanation. Say what you want to say about Boyd, but he's a pretty good salesman. He sold his point of view. But in the Ike Live show, we want to hear other points of view as well. So we've got a great guest coming on, one of the anglers who's been around through a lot of the tours, and a guy that I look up to because he's what I consider a solid veteran in the sport. We've got Stephen Browning joining us here on the Ike Live show. Beck, put him through. Stephen Browning, everybody. Yes. What's up, man?
Pick me up, man. I was
How you doing?
Past my bedtime. I don't know how you guys are still rolling.
Well, they feed us beer and energy drinks mixed together, so it keeps us going. It keeps us going.
Oh, Steven's drinking Modelo too.
Modelo, that's
Hey, baby.
the deal. I love this stuff, man.
Yes,
I love
sir.
it. First of all, thank you for joining us on the show. I got to be totally honest with you, Brian. Let's just be honest. We sent several messages out, and a lot of the more relevant anglers like yourself over at Bass Pro Tour declined coming on the show. And I really appreciate you coming on because it's important, like to hear from an angler, not just Boyd. Boyd's also an angler, but, Boyd's kind of running the show. So to have you on to be able to get your opinion, it means a lot. And I want to thank you for coming on.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, Ike. You know, it's a I'm not the stone thrower, so to speak, but yeah, you and Becky made some really, really good points earlier about the beginning of the sport when we decided, or the beginning of Major League Fishing, when we decided to leave or stay.
Yeah.
And a lot of the decisions were based on the promises that we were given.
Right.
As anglers.
Yeah.
A voice. You I'm sure have, and Pete, you've been on a lot of the BASS or a lot of tournament organizations, board of directors or quote decision makers as anglers. But in all those years, we just have never really felt like our voice was ever heard.
Yeah.
It's fallen on deaf ears. And the presentation that we were presented with to convince us to change our minds, to change to a different organization, was based on having a voice.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was, yes. I mean, 1,000%. And I tried to convey that. That was the tipping factor, I think, for 99% of the anglers.
No
right?
doubt. No doubt.
And Steve, you got to remember, put it in context. We were coming off a few years at Bass where things weren't really jiving, like there were decisions being made there that were, it felt like we were having the rug pulled out from under us at Bass. And so you're coming off a few years of that. You have a bad taste in your mouth, right? You're just disgruntled about, look, we're the reason the fans are here. We're the reasons the sponsors are here. We are the athletes. Why don't we have a say? That was the mindset. And then there was this carrot of this is going to be the deal. This is the new thing. All you guys will have a say. Production won't be as important. Production will take a back seat. The business will take a back seat. You guys will be the marquee of this new thing and the decision. And you're right. It was the driving force behind most of us going.
It was such a driving force that 90% of anglers,
a vast majority,
men have been getting tricked like that since millennia. Like you guys with that tour, found a woman in the dark corner of the bar,
right?
You immediately jumped on. You didn't wait till the lights came on.
Right?
What you got?
Right. Well,
the lights are on.
Right. Right. I agree.
You, Mr. Brown. I don't know how you respond.
Hey, well, when the lights came on, we as anglers knew that was really not the case. Some made the decision to go back. Some of us made the decision to hang tight and kind of roll the dice.
Yeah.
But was that a red flag that none of us saw, that none of us really paid attention to? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But that's it felt like that we were trying to go in the right direction, and that we were depending on a company to take care of us all. And that was the reason that most of us stuck around and are still here.
Right. When did you know that vision, that dream of anglers having a say and a voice and a vote and being the top of the priority list? When did you know that wasn't going to happen? When did you realize that wasn't materializing? Because I can point to the day.
I'm going to say you and I probably have the same day when we were on a conference call right after pretty basically I think the Lake Fork tournament. And they pretty basically said, look, guys, we're not going to fish anymore.
Yep.
But guess what? You can come over here and you can fish these 4 tackle warehouse or whatever they were, tackle warehouse, pro circuit, the pro circuit, whatever that was. Kind of in that moment, I knew that that something was going not in the favor of the anglers. The BPT anglers, I should
Right.
say. That was probably the time when it was like, this ain't good.
Was that your moment?
That wasn't the moment that I realized, but that was the dagger. I would say that was the dagger moment for me. That was the moment where it was like the knife in the heart, and just, I knew at that point that I needed to go a different direction, and honestly, Stephen, at the time, I thought my different direction was going to be retirement, because I took some time off from the
right.
After that happened, I'm like, I had enough of this.
Yeah.
I can't deal anymore. But
Becky was probably trying to tell you to get out of the house too.
Yeah, that too. But it was, I think, the moment that I realized that that MLF wasn't materializing to what I thought it was going to be. It was a very demoralizing, depressing moment for me to, when I realized that it didn't happen the way that I thought it was going to happen. Right. Do you give me a number, Stephen? And it's just a guess, because we don't know a real number. Do you think a majority of the anglers feel like that? Is that a majority of the way the anglers feel? You're around these guys all the time.
I think it's more the older guys that have been around for a long time, that have watched, the different leagues and have changed different leagues. And I just think that the older guys are a little bit more pissed off than some of the younger guys.
Right.
I think the older guys we're kind of on our way out, so to speak. Now, granted, I feel good and I'm fishing good and I'm going to keep going. But, as you guys mentioned earlier, we were thinking at least 10 more years, at least 15 more years before you had to make the individual had to make the decision, not the league making the decision for the individual.
Yeah.
And that's a hard pill to swallow, it really is.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're
power bait poles out there.
Yeah. The deal is if you got a set of criteria that sit in front of you and says, look, guys, it's no different than the PGA or NBA. If you're performing to what you're supposed to, which is coming in that top 65 to stay alive, and you're doing that, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, that's we're going to change the criteria right quick. We're going to do the top 35. It's like, holy crap, man! Why didn't you tell us this 2 years ago? Why does it have to be this next year? I've heard the comments that guys were like, we have team series events, okay? The top 27 get you're the team captains, you get picks. Well, the closer you are to 27th, the better pick you're going to get. What happens if you lay up just a little bit? There's only one guy on our side that gets paid any AOY money. What happens if you lay up just a little bit and go, you know what? I could probably do a little bit better for points. I'm not going to win the AOY, but boy, if I just maintain my 40th, take my little old check and go to the house, I got that 27th place deal and I'm going to get so-and-so. We're going to have a damn good team. What if something like that happened? Now, all of a sudden, you're starting to average all these Angler of the Year deals, and it went from 65 to 35. It's like there's a lot of circumstances that had we known earlier, maybe we as anglers do something different on the water, or potentially.
Right.
So
I think a lot of it too, like the way Steven's explained it, Pete, it's like, can you imagine that happening in any other sport, right, Dave? Can you imagine this happening and say, and not that pro fishing are these other sports, but can you imagine in pro baseball or pro football or hockey, the league coming in imposing this, and the athletes in that sport just saying, okay, they have representation to make sure that doesn't happen
But
there.
what you just mentioned, they're not starving for eyeballs.
Well, they're not starving for eyeballs. That's sort of said. It's not a straight comparison. But again, getting back to that voice that is apparently the anglers don't have anymore.
But if each guy, if those bottom 30 guys had 200, 300 people each watching them because the sport was just that wildly popular, we're not even having Boyd on tonight. The eyeballs aren't there.
Yeah, I don't know.
The impressions.
Well, I don't know if that's true, but
a camera on every guy. Like other than the guy's wife, who's watching that? Who's watching some of these people?
Yeah, I watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The hardcore fishermen.
Especially with
right.
forward-facing stone. Our
Yeah.
only Pete Glusik's watching.
yeah,
them.
Love that shit.
Yeah, Pete loves that shit.
Hey, I got just Nate on YouTube. No, you're not crazy. He does look like Walter White from Breaking Bad.
Oh.
I have a
Okay.
question because apparently I have a lot of questions tonight. I'm so sorry. Are you
That's
mad
all
at
right.
me for
Apparently you got the
hijacking?
big dick in the room.
I-
Yeah,
I
go
know.
for it,
So
Beck.
sorry. No, but I want to know, Stephen, we've touched on a handful of things, and we know that there's about 35 guys who are looking at not being on this Bass Pro Tour in 2025. As an outsider, we've also all heard all the stories of polygraph tests and people not really being punished.
Yeah.
And maybe that's not taken totally seriously if they don't want to take anyone's career down, or I'm just saying this as the things that we've all heard.
The cheating scandals. Yes.
Cheating scandals.
Yes.
So now, and I don't want to dive into the cheating scandals. I'm using that to preface my question. We are looking at 35 guys who are not ready to retire, who are trying to get themselves into a cut line. And there are people who will potentially take measures, potentially. Do we think that there's going to be a lot of people knowing that there's not punishment if you're a favored angler going to be you bad decisions?
Yeah.
Steve,
what is
Steve,
what is
I
the
will fish.
angler? And I'm
I
not
will
even
come
saying
out and
just
fish
your
for
opinion,
you.
but anglers' opinions. I'm not that you're cheating.
I mean, hey Becky, we get that all the time. I mean that is a great question, because I don't want to say this because I mean they're like your brothers out there on the thing. You don't want to paint that picture, but let me tell you, the easel is up and the freaking paint's out there on the deal, and the paint brushes are wet right now. I mean, they really are.
Yeah.
I mean, there is potential for something like that to possibly happen.
Yeah.
And Boyd has always said the league doesn't want to do anything to destroy an individual's career. The league is not doing the individual that's making choices to destroy his own career.
Yeah. Listen, if my kid cheats on a test, my kid gets to get that punishment. They made that choice. That was their choice. It's not the school's choice of destroying them. They made the choice.
They made that decision. Yeah.
Cheats get caught. Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly think as a competitor, the competitors have to monitor. We only monitor ourselves. That's really the only way for this sport to ever be legit. We police ourselves.
So you got to beat their ass. It's got to turn into hockey.
That's exactly right.
I mean, somebody cheating, you pull their jersey over their head and you beat their ass.
No, you kick them to the curb. I mean, that's the only way. I mean, I'm being honest with you. I'm like, kick them to the curb, man. I don't have time for it. If somebody's taking food off my table, be damned if I want to go right back the next week and let them take food off my table again. You kick them to the dead gum curb. Yeah. And I think, honestly, that's, if you're required to take a polygraph test and by God, you can't pass it, I'm sorry. You made that decision.
Yeah.
Beaten.
Is that it? Do you think of the mistakes that Major League Fishing has made over the years, is not coming down on these issues? Is that one of the biggest mistakes they've made?
I think so. I mean, I don't think they've made a lot of mistakes, but there are some mistakes that just stand out brighter than others. And I'll be honest with you. I was at Bass for 20 something years. I never took a polygraph test. Not that, but now they make us take random polygraph tests. And I'm like, hell, you're questioning my integrity. Why should I have to take did somebody report me?
Right.
What did I do wrong to have to go take a polygraph test?
You're taking the test because they know you're going to pass. You're the random. They know you're going to pass.
True. Well, knock on wood, I passed all of them artificial so far. So, but it just blows my mind that, that's the route that they take. Like, in all the old cup events, man, you guys, I mean, there was a guy that 3 or 4 guys took it every day. And it's like, what the crap for?
Oh, yeah.
If you're not going to do anything, let's
DQing somebody on a polygraph it's like in court. It doesn't work. It doesn't, like Watson was just on Low Budget Live. It was great interview. He was losing his shit.
Yeah.
But one of the things that he was talking about was he was, the cut man for one of the final deals, and one of the guys in front of him failed apparently in a polygraph test, and so James thought he was going to make the final day cut,
right?
And he wasn't DQ'd. He wasn't eliminated for failing that test,
right?
And do you remember I bring this up, the tournament director Tripp?
Yeah.
Remember when he came on?
Yeah.
And he said it takes three things. DQ.
Yeah.
You got to be conclusive, and a polygraph in and of itself,
right,
is not a DQable factor. It has to be teamed up with a couple other things.
Corroboration.
You saw the guy. You have a witness.
There was a camera on the boat.
Polygraph.
There was a text message.
Yes. Was there a text message?
Well, there may have been a text message. I don't know.
So it's hard to DQ somebody, decisively. That's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
In the defense of the MLF, but
I don't think it's that hard.
Yeah. Well,
Becky, come on.
I mean, some of the
you would DQ them
just
from wearing the
wrong. Some of the issues have been gray, and some of the issues have been very black and white.
Mm-hmm.
And Stephen, we ran each other at a gas station last year and got to talk about some of the ones that were gray and some of the ones that were very black and white.
Let's talk about those.
Well, we don't even need to talk about them, but the black and white ones, there should be a punishment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
there should be a punishment.
I hear Steven, and I think we're talking about we're going to have 35 to 30 some odd desperate, very motivated guys to say, you know what? I've been being taken advantage of.
Right.
I think I have by some of these other guys. I'm going to start operating, on the edge.
Right.
That I think that's going to happen this year.
Yeah. What does happen next, Stephen? What happens
next? So wait.
I'm not getting the vibe that there's going to be any sort of change in what came out here. Like, this has been a mandate and it's done. Is what I'm sensing.
Yeah,
so
I guess.
Now what?
I guess that leads to: are the anglers actually finally, after all these years, standing up and saying no? We hear about this APC, Angler Protection Committee. Is this finally the group that will draw a line in the sand and say no? We're not going to take this.
I think this group is working hard to come up with some kind of plan before the November 1st deadline. And, I know that there is a certain group of anglers that are going at it each and every day, that I think that you're going to hear more about it before Wednesday's deadline. I can just tell you that right now.
Why is there a deadline?
Yeah, what is the deadline? The entry fee deadline?
It's a participation agreement as well as the your deposits due for the first one.
NPFL's still paying out 100 G's.
Yeah.
Patrick Walters got paid today.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's.
Shout out.
I'm curious how this all plays out because I remember when was the split?
2019.
Oh yeah, because of the clip. 2019.
Oh yeah, and then COVID.
Right.
Yeah, all downhill ever since.
But there was an opportunity then to organize that the anglers didn't take.
Yeah, the big I can remember that. I can remember when the split was happening, and guys were gone whatever way they went. Some were staying at Bass, some were a lot of them were going to MLF. And I remember that email circulating, and it went through the large body of anglers. It actually went to FLW guys at the time. And the email was basically saying, look, this is a monumental time in our sport. Guys, let's group together now to represent us as a body of anglers outside of the leagues. And I specifically remember talking to Boyd and Skeet Reese about it, and separate conversations with both of them. And both of them we don't need that. Why would we do that? We're going to have an angler group inside of Major League Fishing. Why would we need a group that's outside of the league? And in my mind, I'm like, well, that's the whole fucking purpose is to get outside of the league so you could have something to stand on. And it's not funny, but it's, all these years later now, it took something like this to happen to wake up a lot of the guys and say, yeah, we need something like this. And I think we still need it at Bass. I think we still need it for the Bass anglers. I even think the NPFL anglers need it.
Yeah.
I think we need a group.
The bank anglers.
Yeah, Paul.
Come
on, guardrail
Paul.
guys.
You got to organize.
Yeah. Dave. Kayak
people,
guys.
Paul.
Pete, how many hours did you put in on the PAA to try to get everybody organized?
Tons. Well, Steven,
it ain't gonna happen. I'm sorry.
Very tough.
I want to. This is a great quote, and I'm paraphrasing the great Ray Scott. And this was a monumental thing, and it really influenced how I think about fishing and what I did with my career. But what it was a classic in the days before the split, and Ray had sold a bunch of sponsorship, and all the anglers had to wear the same jersey.
Yeah,
that was the deal.
Like the Major League Fishing team tournament,
like that. And Ray he imposed that on the anglers. Said, "Look, I sold this to." The whoever, the boat company, the motor, whatever, and you got to wear it. And the anglers were livid. He did this to them like at the Classic,
right?
At the Classic, he gave them the jerseys, and this is what they had to wear. And the anglers at that time were more organized and focused than they ever had been. And they sat them down and they got together, and Ray Scott said that the anglers could have gotten anything that they wanted. Like, he had the whole shebang. Like, sponsorships were sold, the fans were there, and they could have gotten anything. And the anglers asked for their jerseys, so that's what he gave them. He gave them their jerseys back.
Wow. Yeah.
So
that was well thought out, Ray.
Yeah.
So they could have gotten their jerseys plus.
Right.
They could have gotten jerseys plus accommodations for next year, or better payouts, or you know what I mean? They had them over a barrel at that moment. So that's as I was an angler, I remember, feeling that, like, guys, we just got to be able to get together.
Yeah. Well, you're right, Steven. You're right. It's been the hardest concept to pull us together. It's
always been hard because there's guys making seven figures and there's guys staring at bankruptcy.
Right.
How are you going to?
Right.
How do those two groups
make
a decision together?
Right.
There's guys that that don't truly depend on bass fishing for a living too. They're business guys. So why, it's such a different group of anglers from A to Z, from a guy that's going to be a voice that's not really depending on, bass fishing to make a living, but yet this other guy that's totally depending on it, he's not that guy that's going to stand up and try to, persuade buddies of his to join, his thoughts. I don't think, because he doesn't want to lose. He doesn't have anything else to do. This is his only, bread and butter that he has. He's not going to be, vocal. Whereas a guy on the other side that I feel like, doesn't have anything to lose, maybe he's a little bit more vocal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And there's beginners, like there's the guys that are rookies that are like, they're so blessed. They don't care how hard
Yes.
it is or the hardships that
Right.
are being put on them. They have a dream, and they're willing to endure a lot of mistreatment that guys that have been in it for 20
Right.
years aren't, and guys that have won championships and Hall of Famers. It's just such a difficult thing, and there needs to be a strong. I've always felt there just needs to be a really strong leadership in this group.
Yeah.
There needs to be a, whether it's an individual or a
Yeah.
group.
Well, I'm secretly rooting for the APC to work.
Yeah.
I'm secretly rooting for it to work, and hopefully they'll have a say.
Not that I want the anglers to dominate the tournaments, but it's got to work in order to have a collective agreement that works for both.
Well, it's partnership, right? You got to be able to have a partnership. A partnership means have
you got to compromise.
Compromise,
and
communication.
You win some, you
Yeah.
lose some stuff, but you got to be in the game.
Yeah.
And right now, the anglers, like the point that we're all hearing is they didn't have a vote
right
in what went down.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to work because their acronyms already have failed. Armored personnel carrier, like you can't share that with that. You know what I mean?
A bad acronym.
You got to have a better, better abbreviation.
Yeah, anglers
That's true.
with attitude.
NWA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Anglers of hate or something.
Anglers of hate.
Something
We have to
aggressive.
help them with their acronyms. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
shit's
Flip
weak,
and stick
dude.
to the face.
Yeah. And just to clarify, Stephen, you guys did not have a say on the switch back to 5 fish. You did not have a say on smaller field. That was just thrown at you.
We, I don't know that we. I'll be honest. I don't think anything that we've ever voted on is. I personally don't think it's ever been. We've never had a voice.
All smoke and mirrors.
I don't know that it's all smoke and mirrors, but it's a deal where I hate to say it, but the anglers, as anglers, we have our time invested. We don't have the money that these organizations have invested. The Chase Andersons, the Boyd Duckett's, we don't have that kind of money invested. So why are they going to listen to somebody that doesn't have that money invested like they have?
Right.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
I
don't know what the answer is. I really
Yeah.
don't. It's frustrating. It's frustrating every day to find out something that went on a month ago with a certain group of anglers that you had no idea even happened.
Right.
And it's like, wait a minute, I'm on this damn team too.
Yeah.
I thought we had a hold of the rope and we were pulling. At some point in time, somebody cut the rope and a handful of us forgot that, didn't get the message on that.
Yeah.
And so, it's a little disheartening, but it's personally, I understand. I don't like it, And I'm going to fight for the anglers as much as I can, because I feel like the anglers are truly a little bit more of a lifeline to these organizations than what the organizations think that they are or give them credit for.
Right.
Yeah. I just feel like you guys are at a disadvantage because the nature of the angler for far too many years has been reactive and not proactive.
Yeah.
And now it's been allowed to get to this point.
Yeah.
I don't know what can happen from here to help the anglers.
Yeah. I feel bad. I mean, I feel bad, looking at it outside of, because I'm not a part of it. I'm removed from MLF and Bass Pro Tour. I feel bad. I feel sorry. I have, you know what I mean? I'm like,
it's going to be a tough year.
It's going to be a tough year. And there are a few guys that have an option, very few, where they have exemptions or they have another card to play somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But a vast majority, they don't.
Nope.
They went and they're stuck, or they're in a position they don't want to be in, and they can't do anything about it. That's not good. That's bad.
Really
I feel bad.
interesting, though, is NPFL has always been kind of like this peripheral. How do we say that word?
Peripheral.
Go ahead,
Dave. How do you say it?
Peripheral. Can't with that
Peripheral.
word. Sorry. Anyway,
we had to check with Dave. Peripheral.
Anyways, it's always been this.
You could say parallel also.
Parallel.
Thank you. But I truly wonder, because of the payouts. I mean,
oh, Brian! Look at Brian laughing because he knew from day one.
Still here.
Hey, maybe they came into this
will the
will
NPFL grow next year to something bigger and better?
Don't you wonder?
I wonder.
I know.
I get. They're going to have. There's going to be 30 or 40 guys looking for a home.
They've already been calling.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. Because that's what we need, a third tournament organization. But honest to God, they exist.
Well,
and maybe that's a place for anglers to go to.
I can't speak for.
Should people they're not ready to retire?
Yeah, and I can't speak for BPT or MLF, but at the NPFL, the guys that I've met and that I know, I feel like maybe they're not the most brilliant businessmen, but they're not snakes.
Right.
Or maybe they are brilliant.
Maybe
they saw the writing on the wall.
I don't think so, but anyhow, it's
Patrick,
just honest guys trying to put something together.
Yeah. The guys I know aren't too brilliant, but
now are there? Have you got a sense, Stephen, for what guys are going to do? Have you got a sense for are guys investigating the NPFL, or guys going back to fish the EQs at Bass, or guys, I feel free enough to say this, Beck, stop me if you want me to stop saying this, but from a inside source at Bass, there were a dozen calls over the last week to Bass.
What are my options?
Saying, what are my options? Can I get a guaranteed spot in the EQs? Yeah. I have a point from a classic win or an Angler of the Year win. Can I get it? I know there were a dozen calls. Do you get a sense of where these guys heads are at with this?
I would honestly think, I don't know. My gut tells me there's going to be 5 guys that will decline. And that would pretty basically, if that were to happen, everybody would come back, would get an invitation that fished last year, so to speak. I just feel that. The one thing, let me ask you guys a question. If two guys, I think is what it would take for Boyd to get a invite back. Does Boyd fish, or does Boyd, he better run the business? What do you guys think?
Well, I honestly think it's always been a bit of a conflict of interest. I can remember, I don't know how we brought this up, but Steven, do you remember the year that we lost our tournament director? And it was mid-season.
Right.
And I can't remember the event, but we lost our tournament director. And at the meeting, it was presented to us that, well, so-and-so, not the tournament director anymore, in the intern process, and this was Boyd speaking, Gary and I are going to be the tournament directors. Dude, I about choked. I choked. I looked over at Justin Lucas was sitting next to me. I'm like, Lucas, you got to fucking stand up and say something. I ain't saying nothing. I stood up and I said, I can't remember what I said, but I'm saying, guys can't be the tournament director, because there was a conflict of interest. I feel like there's a bit of that with Boyd, you know?
Yeah. How
much support did you have, Mike?
What?
Brian,
What's that, Brian?
How much support did you have when you...
I had very little support. Go ahead, Steven. What were we saying? Very little, Brian. Very little.
So I honestly have always felt that it is a conflict of interest for Gary and Boyd and some of the guys that are on that lead team, the league, making the decisions. It is a conflict of interest, in my opinion. It really is. I've always thought that way. I've never dove into the owners, what the owners have to say, but I do know a couple of owners that pretty basically have lost pretty much all communications with the league that they are supposed to own, and not just I don't know, that's kind of screwed up to me.
Yeah.
So
well, didn't Boyd address this to a certain extent during our interview with him, that if it was felt that it was a conflict of interest, and he needs to go to fish the Tackle Warehouse Tour or others, that he would. Now, he didn't say anything about bass, like if he got the invite or nod to go back to that, but but he did address that.
Yeah. Yeah.
He would go and do something else.
Right.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Paul?
This would all be so much simpler if there was just
guardrails.
It would still suck, Paul. It sucked when it was one league.
Yeah.
I was in it when it was one league. Like I remember when the elites were created and Boyd brought it up, like, oh, it made it all better. I'm like, I was pissed the frick off.
Yeah, you were. Yeah.
I left and went to FLW.
Right.
When the elites were created.
Right.
Paul's got it figured out. The only thing that would wreck his world if they made the guardrail about 6 inches higher.
Right.
I'm sure as I am.
Very upsetting.
Go under.
So,
you could go under.
You got to figure it out, Paul. No stress. No boats.
Just go underneath of it.
Go chill.
Yeah.
All right, so we do have a handful of anglers that are on, and a handful have been chiming in. But Belat says, I wouldn't knee jerk. Nothing is going to change. There will most likely be another trail created for the 30 cut guys. Invitationals will be dissolved most likely. Does he have inside information?
Interesting.
I mean, I brought that up to Boyd. What are the options for these guys that are out? But
BTC is in conflict with BLAT.
But to be honest, I'm confused by that. Unless he knows something, at the end of the day, it's less expensive to keep the 30 guys in that tour than to create a whole new tour.
Right.
And I thought we were talking budgetary issues here.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Watson was screaming about the Tackle Warehouse Tour. There's no need for it to be a qualifier. He was very adamant about that in his interview with Luke.
Right.
There's like I said, there's so much. Like that's in contradiction to what BLAT just chimed in.
Yeah.
What's up, BLAT?
Yeah. Yeah. Brian Latimer. We did too, Stephen, have a comment come through when Boyd was on. And then I actually saw another one, which was the same basic sentiment, which was that hatred for bass, and Boyd just straight up said he doesn't have any hatred, but Do you think there is some of that? Is some of that fueling the decisions being made in the direction of the organization?
I think there was a little bit of that at the beginning. I think once Boyd figured out that he wasn't going to knock Bass off the podium,
right?
That he he's a businessman. He knows that he's not going to knock that brand down. And I think when it sunk into him that he was not going to be able to knock it down, then he was like, okay, let me try to build a better product. And maybe that this top 50 in his mind is a better product. And, that's the route he's going. I don't think that he has the hate that he had that, like, we were in those meetings, man. And there was Bass was brought up a lot in our original first meetings in 2019. And I'll be honest with you, I called Mike McClellan and said, Mike, looky here, man. He was our liaison between us and the anglers and the league.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, I'm tired of hearing what we need to do. What bass. I'm like, let's sweep on our own porch and let them sweep underneath theirs, and let's see if we can get it right one time.
Yeah.
And then at the meetings, we never heard that. We started hearing about what we're going to do, and we started going in a little bit better direction. So I honestly don't think the feelings are the same towards Bass as they were in the beginning.
Right.
And, I think all the anglers are just, hey, it is what it is. They're them. We are us.
Yeah.
Let's try to make us better. And I just don't think the anglers feel like we've accomplished that, or the league has accomplished that.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting because it's developing. It's happening now, but it doesn't make it any better where these guys, 30 or 35 guys, are going to be. But be interesting to see what happens over the next. I think a lot's going to happen.
Well, I think so too. I think it's the decision was made by the league. The anglers are organizing or creating their own place. I don't think this is a done deal.
Yeah.
I think there's probably going to be some negotiations that take place.
Probably right. Brian the Carpenter, what's going to happen?
None of it's going to affect Paul.
None of it's going to affect Paul.
Or Dave.
Or Dave.
Absolutely not.
I just hit
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens. That's for sure.
We look forward to seeing Stephen Brownie in Texas at the Bass University in January.
Yes.
What are we going to talk about?
I got to be honest. Like, we've had so many speakers, and your reviews for your educational, seminars you did were just at the top of the list. And we're thrilled to have you back this year.
That's awesome.
I'm excited about going back. I really am. It's been, it was a little bit. It's been a long time coming, but I had a great time. And I always have a great time around the fans. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, in the whole scheme of things, it's. I feel like we're a bunch of circus actors, and we got to entertain the fans, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
And your mental approach is like we have Gerald Swindle with his PMA.
Yeah.
But we watch you. There's nobody more positive than Stephen Browning. Like, the line's breaking, the fish are jumping off, and somehow you find sunshine, on the next cast. It's unbelievable how you're able to do that.
Well, it's called having fun, and then I guess when you stop having fun, then we'll go find something else to do. But it's I like it. I like it a lot. I liked the catch all you can catch. I mean, it gets me jacked up. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. It's a Pete, you said it earlier. Crap, man, the entry fees that we pay, you roll out there and you have one bad day on a 5-fish limit, You pack your bags up. You're fishing for a handful of points. There was always life for that guy in dead last.
Yeah.
And I always
Big
liked
comebacks.
that. You know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I really did. It was a great format. I'm gonna be honest with you, Pete. I needed to go back and watch my own video from my seminar, because last year I stayed pissed off because of the 5 fish. I did not leave Bass for the same reason that some of the other guys left. I wasn't mad at Bass. Again, like I said, they're the ones that have the platform. You go play on that platform, you get all you can get, you know?
Yeah.
My deal was I changed because of that format. I wanted to see if I could compete in that format. And had some really, really good years. And all of a sudden I was like, where did this 5 fish even come from? You know, it's like you're creating a product just like another product, and you can't we've already proved that this product is way better than this product. Let's do something different. Let's continue going down that road. And I stayed pissed off all last year. And I'm like, okay, you got to get a better attitude this year. And when and I'll be honest with you, I didn't realize that we were going to go back to the 5 fish or to the catch all you can catch until we had our call the other day. So I was happy about that. I'm not going to lie to you. That's what I like to catch them. I don't like to sit out there and fish for 5. That's boring.
Yeah.
You know, how are you going to get a kid involved in fishing if you carry him out there and say, look, dude, all you're going to catch is 5 and then we're going to the house. Come on.
Yeah. 5 over 8 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And living in New Jersey, we're lucky we catch one. Yeah.
I'm already used to it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, Stephen, I appreciate you coming on. It was great to hear the viewpoint from an angler, you know, because we wanted to hear the viewpoint from the league, and we wanted to hear a viewpoint from a guy that's been doing it for a long time. So we appreciate you coming on the show. It's been great to have you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Pete, I'll see you in January.
We will see you, brother.
Yes, we
Look
will.
forward to it.
Stephen Browning, everybody. Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Yes. Dude, that was awesome.
Mike, I got to be honest. Brian had the greatest comment. He goes, look how clean those work boots are.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not stolen valor. These are Tim's.
Becky,
These aren't regular work boots.
Have they ever been used?
You don't
before?
work in Tim's.
Probably not. Did anyone see
Dave
that
knows. Dave's got a pair of Tim's at home.
Did anyone see that just hit Pete in the head with candy?
Yeah, I saw that.
I was trying to share candy.
I
and
lost
just
my
swallowed them.
eardrum.
I saw
it,
that.
It went down into my
I'm so
head.
sorry, Peter.
Penguin, don't you have a pair of Tim's at home? Be honest.
All right, so do we want to take,
my current work boots are Tim.
are we trying to take a hot break before we bring on our next guest?
Nah,
Like
we're
a-
bringing on our next guest
just
right
bring him
now.
on, or do we want a 60-second?
Yeah,
Brian.
Brian.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you think, Penguin? Do we need a break?
Nah.
Yeah, see?
Come on, we need something fun. All right, so we're bringing our guest on. Let's
Yes,
do this.
yes, we are. And this is, listen, if you're watching the Ike Live show and you're like, you know, this is the third final segment, this is the exclamation point of the show. This is the most important part of the show.
What do you have in store for
Well,
us?
listen, all that other stuff was fluff, you know, for this moment. And this is the Halloween special. And we're talking about the sport. And no one knows the sport better than these next two guys. And I'm stoked to have them on this show. I really am. No one knows the sport better than these two guys. Brian, would you agree or would you disagree?
Offended by what we say.
I agree. All right, let's patch them on. I don't even want to take a break. I want to get these guys on. Joining us now on Ike Live are the amazing men behind a great podcast, the Big Bass Podcast. And we've got Ken and Terry joining us right now. Yes, guys. What's up? Oh, yeah. In costume.
You just got out of bed.
Wow. All right. So,
holy crap. Man, I thought I was the only one that saw you like that when we woke up together.
Man.
Awesome.
You cleaned your face a little bit, I see.
I did exactly what was asked of me. I was told to come in character. I am a team player,
Yeah.
Now, unless now it's always a possibility that Terry has come as a Yeti or a Sasquatch, in which case
I am
Nice to be done.
Sasquatch, right? I mean, for crying out loud. I mean, that's all you do is call me Sasquatch, so therefore I am in character.
Terry, pull on your own beard. Is that real? Because if it's a real beard, we'll see the skin pop out. It is real.
It is.
It's real? Holy crap. What's up, guys?
What's
Becky
up?
the Carpenter, I want your phone number, babe.
Yo, he is.
I think you have it.
He,
Look like a beautiful drag queen.
yeah, here's the thing, Dave. Agree with me on this.
Go.
Brian's always like, even from when he was a young boy, he could always pass as a hot female. Like, Julia Roberts references that we used to make.
Oh man,
he could be a hot
This ain't
female.
the time for all that.
If it wasn't the 5 o'clock shadow in there, he could pass for a hot
It's a 3
female.
o'clock.
So he's a
oh yeah, without a doubt.
he would clean up in Bangkok.
He probably could.
He can make a hell of a lot more than he's making on Ike Live.
Barely. One clean up at Terry's house.
Yeah.
You've showered at my house a couple times.
Yeah. And by Halloween is Tuesday. If you go door to door on Tuesday, you can get a lot more than candy. I'm telling you right now.
Trick.
college town, so he probably could.
You do. You're right.
It's a fantastic party at my house right now.
Is it?
And I'm here.
Oh, huh. Interesting.
Are you gonna wear this when you go home?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I am. Yes, I am. Well, guys, it's great having you on the show. It was awesome seeing both of you at the Hall of Fame. It made it special for me to have you guys there. I've looked up to you guys for a long time, so it was cool to see you there. I got to be honest. I got to put you on the spot a little bit. Ken, thank you for going, because you've rightfully so. You've had mixed emotions about the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Mixed emotions. That's putting it lightly.
I'm trying to lay it out very nice in the beginning. We can go other place with it, but you've had mixed emotions about the Hall of Fame. So knowing that and having you there was very special to me. So both you guys, thank you for being there. It made it a great night for me. Thank you very much.
Mike, I assumed you only invited me in the event that I might blow up and cause a scene.
A distraction?
Which would amuse you. I thought you had me there for your own amusement, but I was trying to be on my best behavior. I was there to honor an extremely worthy inductee, which was you, sir. And so it was an honor to be there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Let's just get started with the tough questions. Is the Hall of Fame, the concept of the Hall of Fame is right. But as of today, is the Hall of Fame getting it right? Are they doing the right things, and are they getting it right with who they're inducting and the direction they're going?
You want me to answer that, or do you want?
I want both you guys to answer that.
All right, let me answer it first. I believe that the current board of the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame is wanting to get it right, and they are taking the right path forward in making it right. And I'm not on the board, but I have an inside view as to what they're looking for now. And I believe that compared to 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, that they have realized that there has been mistakes in the past. They they can't correct what's happened in the past. I mean, like, for example, you can't take somebody out of the hall that has been inducted. But they don't want to put anybody into the future hall that isn't appropriately warranted to be in there.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you like to comment right now about who was inducted that you don't think?
No, I am not. No. I'm not going to do that. I mean, any intelligent historian of the sport, all they have to do is look at the list of inductees, and it's obvious.
Yeah, Dave right now has gone on his phone to find out who these guys
Yeah.
Dave, you have readers too. Yeah. Ken, chime in on this topic.
I feel like the foundation of the Hall of Fame is remarkably shaky because of some of the early stuff they did, some of the people they've put in through the years. And I think they've made massive mistakes as recently as the last few years and who they've inducted.
Yeah.
I will say in their defense that I think they are generally doing better. And I thought this year that 2 of the 3 inductees were extremely worthy. I did not think that Bruce Holt should have been inducted, but Bruce Holt was a fine man, a talented professional marketing guy for Loomis for a long time and an outdoor writer. I just did not think he was a guy who deserved that honor. They've done far worse, though. They've done far worse. So I'll say that. They put 1 million people in there through the years. They put 90.
A million?
95, which is I think just 5 short of 1 million. On my math.
He's a math major.
That's me. And
all through the math. Is that right?
Pretty sure that's right. I got a calculator. And a lot of them, I would say close to, probably close to 25% of them should have to pay full admission to get into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But that said, I thought that the ceremony, the dinner, and everything was about 100 times better than I thought they were capable of 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I thought they did a really nice job. And they've got a physical facility now.
Right.
Yes, it is in the bowels of the facility over there, but they've got a physical presence, and I think that's
under
great.
the shark cleaning tank.
I think to get there, you either have to have a guided tour or be hopelessly lost.
No. To get there, this is the problem that I have with where it's located is that you have to pay $45 to get the opportunity to go see it.
Right.
And I've seen it, 3 times, and I mean,
did you see it twice because you got lost and wandered back into the area a second time?
No, I specifically went there to look at it. It's an amazing. Once you get there, it's an amazing, part of it is bass fishing history. It's the definition of bass fishing history.
Yeah.
But it kind of bumps me out. But then again, I can understand. Johnny Morris. He's all about making a buck, and I can't imagine what that many square feet costs him, right? And to give it away,
right,
is not right because he's losing money. But to charge $45, I mean, I wish that it was a different part of the Wonders of Wildlife to where if you just wanted to see the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame, that you could pay, $15 or $20 to go through it and see it.
Yeah.
Instead of 45.
Less than you paid for your costume tonight, Terry.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Look at I feel like Steven Spielberg.
I mean, you just walked into your wife's closet and picked your costume, right?
You're not Steven
Pretty
Spielberg?
sure it's not his wife's closet.
His lover's closet.
I think you walked into Debbie Harry's closet circa 1979.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I'll throw you guys under the bus in a good way.
In a good way.
The preservation of the history of the sport, right? The stories, the people, those things, that's so important. You guys do a better job of it than anyone I know. But I also think that just give an example. When I walked Vegas through there, it was before the night got real busy and I got a chance to walk. He's 12. He doesn't know the history of the sport. So it was so
Right.
cool to have a place where I was pointing at things that I knew about.
And this guy was a sales rep
Yeah.
in the industry.
Well, not that. Not
Well,
that.
this
But,
this broad was married to this guy.
right. Not that either. But you know what I mean. Like, do you
This
guys
guy
agree?
coordinates co-anglers and marshals with anglers.
Right. No, but you guys agree that the history, the stories of the sport need to be preserved, right? That's important.
Well, let me say this real quick. There's only 2 people in the bass fishing universe that are doing anything with respect to the history of the sport, and that's Ken and myself.
I agree with that.
Maybe. Well, no. I mean, with an online presence, you know.
Apparently, you haven't looked at our subscriber numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you've got Gene Gilliland, you've got Craig at Bassmaster,
Bill Sonnet, you've got
a lot, but nobody knows about the NFLCC. You know, I mean, they have
Bernie Schultz doing some work online with it, but yeah, I don't disagree with you overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably a few hundred, but of the 2 people that are doing anything that is getting any traction online, I think it's Ken and myself.
Yeah.
And
So
yet
listen,
only one of us could dress up tonight. So
Hey guys, here's the
All right,
here's the 2001 induction class. Listen to this lineup. You got Forrest Wood, Roland Martin, Rick Clunn, Larry Nixon, Bobby Murray, Bill Dance, Ray Scott, and some dude named Homer Circle.
Oh yeah, they all deserve to be in. I would
Every one of them. Every one of them.
That's correct. Lineup.
That's correct. That's all dead on. Yeah.
But let me say this: when the Baseball Hall of Fame started, who did they put in?
Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth. Yeah, it's easy early.
Right.
It's easy early. But
Right.
what the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame has done, and I should not object to people who I say are not worthy of the Hall of Fame. What I should say is some of the people they put in have set such a low bar that now you pretty much have to induct anybody who can tie a Palomar knot.
Let's look at who they put in and laugh at.
Which was invented in Southern California by a guy by the last name of Palomar.
Paul, you got a shot, buddy.
You do have a shot.
Guardrails on the map.
Keep the faith,
guardrail
Paul.
division.
Keep the faith.
Yeah, I mean, so their induction class. Sorry,
Have they
Dave or
process? I know. Yeah, I'm Pete. I'm Pete.
no, sorry, Pete. Yeah,
Have the same process?
No, it has not been the same. It has not been the same.
Just like MLF and BASS, they have to change the rules every year.
Well, but they completely, in their defense, they completely. I mean, it was Sammy that started it. Back in 2000, and
Sammy
Sammy
Lee.
Lee.
Sammy Lee.
Yeah.
Sammy Lee.
Brian,
Sammy
you
Lee.
look like Sammy Lee a little bit tonight.
Huh?
Yeah.
He looks
Sammy.
more like Sarah Lee.
But it was Sammy Lee that started it, and it was the Professional Bass Fishing Hall of Fame when it started, and it was to induct professional bass fishermen.
Yeah.
And so it was a completely different guys. Instead of inducting, James A. Henshaw, the guy that started bass fishing back in 1881, they didn't look to the history of the sport outside of the professional deal.
Right.
So
Right.
Interesting.
It is interesting. It is interesting.
Well, nobody knew that until you just said it right now. Right?
Yeah.
There you have it.
It's great that
Yeah.
you guys are doing that.
Well, they've changed this. They've changed the process by which people get in. Believe it or not that many years ago, if you paid $20 to become a member of the Hall of Fame,
35.
it was $20 at one time, and you had voting rights. You were one of the people voting to see who got in the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
And that's a really remarkably poor way to uphold the standards of an institution like that.
Yeah.
And I was joking a little bit when I said Palomar knot, but there are people in the Hall of Fame now that if you want to go strictly by their credentials, it means you have to put guys who have never won a major tournament in the Hall of Fame. You've got to put guys who have qualified for fewer than, say, 10 Bassmaster Classics, simply to level that playing field. And that's what I think is really unfortunate. They've set the bar so low.
All right.
Well, but at the same time, I will, defend them and say that they're trying to right that ship.
Yeah.
Within the last, few years.
Well, let's move on. What else shall we shit on tonight?
Oh, let's continue.
Congratulations to get inducted into a.
Yeah, I got
Mike,
inducted.
congratulations on that.
They're doing a far better job than they have in recent years.
Yeah,
I give them that.
That's right.
Shit.
Can give you like a half
Well,
compliment.
Well, we have
Maybe a quarter.
I think we need to switch the topics, and we have to hit this one. And this is like Pete. This is like a horse that's dead in the field, and he's been dead for like a week and a half.
A horse?
Yeah, and you keep fucking beating the thing because he's dead. You keep beating him. But
The
we have to
MLF
talk
thing?
about this. At the very beginning of the show, we had an
wish this horse would
amazing
run.
guest appearance from Randy. What was Randy's last name? Blank scope. And commenting about the demise of the sport with forward-facing sonar. I would love to hear your guys' opinion. I've heard so many opinions, but I haven't heard opinions from you two guys. So, Terry, start, and then we'll go to Ken. Forward-facing sonar, is it the demise of the sport?
Terry, you go first, and then I'll say something definitive. Go ahead.
He's a prick. He's an absolute prick. I don't know why I work with him. I mean,
no one else
my opinion is that we should get rid of it all. I mean, I grew up in the day, and you can tell from the gray in my beard, I do not use Grecian formula on the top of my head.
Where do you use it? You're begging the question now.
Well, I'm bald if you're asking about there. Kind of like the top of your head. Anyway. I grew up in the era of no GPS. I mean, I started competitively bass fishing in 1978. I was 14 years old, and I knew from reading Fishing Facts and Bassmaster and Buck Perry, I knew how to, and I learned from my mentors, the tackle shop that I worked at, how to find offshore fish by triangulation and a flasher.
Yeah.
And that eliminated 95% of the field right off the bat. I feel that in order to be a professional, you have to know how to do that and not have any help doing it.
Yeah.
It's 100%. Yeah, I have no sponsorship with any electronics company as of now. I feel that if you're a professional, you should be relegated to using instinct and no technology in order to find your fish and catch your fish. That's my opinion, and it's worth what you just paid for it.
Like no sonar, no troll.
No. I have no problem with 2D, but I do have a problem with GPS.
So my wife, guys, listen, it's funny because I explained to her in like 60 seconds tonight during dinner. It nauseates me, but the whole controversy of forward looking.
Yeah.
She's like, why doesn't someone just create a no electronics tour?
Yeah.
They exist.
She said that. I swear to God. Man.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I said it before on the show, but we fished a tournament in Europe last year where the Europeans hate it, and they had a power hour in the tournament. So for 1 hour during your 8-hour day, you could pick any hour you wanted, but that was all you were relegated to use the forward facing. Yeah, 1 hour.
It'd be interesting to see Bass start to implement that.
It's not happening, guys. Them young kids are going to come up and clap them booty cheeks.
Clap the booty cheeks.
I am in Randy's field at this point. But I know I'm fighting a losing battle, and I have no say in it anyway. So who gives a shit what Terry Battisti thinks?
Right.
No, I do, but I love it. Ken?
Yeah, I hate to have to point out what a hypocrite Terry is here, but I guess I will, because Terry's gripe is not with technology. Apparently, Terry just doesn't like forward facing. He's happy to use sonar. Well, back in the 50s.
No.
Hey,
no.
you had your piece. You had your opportunity.
Hey, you're misquoting me, you bastard. I said 2D is fine, but get rid of GPS and everything after that.
Well, you're still a hypocrite because you're okay with 2D. Let me trace a little history here. In the 50s,
Jesus,
Lorant
holy crap!
Holy whatever. I am basically a monk here.
You're not a monk.
In the 50s, Lowrance came out with the flasher, and that was
when it was 1957.
I said in the 50s. Are you listening?
Oh, I thought you said 60s.
No. Somebody, BTC, cut off his mic.
I've been thinking about it.
So in the 50s, Lowrance introduces the flasher, and there are a lot of people trying to ban it, even though there are no significant tournament organizations out there. There are states considering banning that. It doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff advances. Eventually we have side scan. Eventually we have 360. Eventually we have forward facing. And I know people want to say that the forward facing is live. Well, the flasher was essentially live. You didn't have to wait for an image to crawl across the screen.
Yeah.
Those diodes were firing almost instantly.
They were.
So what people are basically complaining about these days is the direction you're pointing the damn thing. That's really what it boils down to at this point. And I think that's just, you're just complaining about where the line is drawn. Nobody seems to want to erase it all.
Yeah.
They're just complaining about I'm not done. Good Lord.
Yes, Ken.
If you ban it, well, first of all, they're not going to ban it. I mean, Kid Rock was right. You're not going to ban it because I'm sorry, Dave, you look like Kid Rock from where I'm sitting. If you ban it, you're going to piss off Garmin, Lowrance, and Humminbird, and that's not going to happen because they're major sponsors. And you pointed that out, and you're exactly right. Yeah. It's not going to happen. But the other thing you're going to do is you're going to hold the industry back in a significant way, and that's bad. Look at what happened with the Alabama rig. Now, the Alabama rig did not get banned, or was banned, I'm sorry, because there were no major manufacturers that had it. The only manufacturer that had it was Mans, and Mans was not a significant player at that time. So it was easy to ban that. Mans was not sponsoring BASS. Mans was not sponsoring FLW. Easy. No problem. Big problem with this. Big problem. The other thing that happens when you ban it from the popular tours, the BASS, MLF, even NPFL to a degree, is it dies. That technology, that technique dies because no longer does it get any media exposure. When it's not on the main trails, it gets no media exposure and it dies.
Right.
And as far as Dave's point earlier about a no electronics tour, that can't work because the tours that we have now are barely surviving. So imagine what happens if you try a no electronics tour. Well, guess what? 3 sponsors you lose. It's for the same reason you can't have a seniors tour or even a women's tour at this point in history. They're not successful because there's just not enough eyeballs and ad dollars.
Agree.
Oh, look at the both the women right there that just gave you a dirty look. Look at them.
Sorry about that, but I just don't see those.
Yeah, well, I want to rebut what Ken said with respect to flashers and them being real time. Yeah, they were real time. But
electronics or flashers, the women's tour.
Yeah, clarify yourself.
Both.
Hey, Becky the Carpenter, can you drop your
Terry,
is that the kind of flasher you are, Becky?
Ken's right for 2 reasons. Ken wins this argument for 2 reasons. One, Terry, you didn't dress up. And number 2,
I did. I'm called Sasquatch.
Even though you're in Tennessee and we're New Jersey, you're still hurting my eardrums.
And I have my
awesome.
Yeah. Anyway,
I applaud
the flasher.
Uncle Fester.
Uncle Fester.
I'm with you, Mr. Duke.
I thought he was
Really.
I
Everyone
couldn't
at home,
find any
everyone at
bolts
home.
to put in my neck.
Everyone at home, please stop applauding me and sit down. Sit down.
No, so my argument with that is that, Ken is talking about a 40-degree cone value. And yes, you could see a fish doing stuff instantaneously, but you did not know how it was reacting to a bait and all that crap.
You could watch a fish on a flasher rise or drop to a bait.
Oh man,
but you didn't know if your bait was there the whole 9 yards. The thing about forward-facing sonar is that it is a 10-degree cone angle, and you can see that fish reacting to a bait as you're bringing it through the water. It is a directed angle cone, and when you're talking about fishing in 40 foot of water, to fish spoon fishing, you could not tell if a fish or a blip on the freaking screen was in any relation to your bait.
I don't agree with you, Terry. I don't agree because I was taught on a flasher. I could see those fish move up and down in the water column as
absolutely.
And rose, and I would trick them with jig and spoons. I would trick them with the tools that we had today, and it's real time. It's
the same thing with it.
I think you're missing the point. I made this point to you. Forward-facing sonar is engaging to the new customer, the new person that gets involved in fishing. Yes, a new person. That's
new.
Getting
I think they said new.
Immediately engaging. It keeps them longer. It keeps the young kids longer. It does some things that are wonderful from an industry perspective. It's created new industries. It's created aftermarket stuff like harnesses to supply the power that's necessary.
Yeah.
It's really advanced the battery market. It's advanced the teaching market, which is a big time thing that's going on.
But all right, Pete. Let me ask you this: advanced it to what? Advanced it.
Terry, I don't care how loud you talk.
Wait a minute.
I'm going to keep going.
This is why.
What's the?
Graduated to a Bass University.
I gotta say, what's this? What's the show on ESPN? Where is it? ESPN. It's one of the sports shows where all the commentators they have a very small window
and
the
they
clock.
have a moment and they got to
what's the name of that show? All right, I'm the clock on this one. I've got the gavel. Next topic.
Hey, Mike, did you say we were supposed to be giving away T-shirts tonight?
Yeah, we're giving away T-shirts, but we'll go back in time and find somebody. All right, the next one I want to talk about. Actually, I didn't have it on my notes, but you brought it up indirectly. Great question. This is for everyone. Why hasn't there been a woman yet? Why aren't women more of a presence in the top tours of professional fishing? Becky, let's start with you.
Everyone gets 60 seconds.
Beck, let's start with you. Why haven't women had more of a dominant presence in the sport of professional bass fishing? Go.
This would take way more than 60 seconds, but honest to God, this is not a woman-friendly industry. I'll start with that. You have to really have thick skin, wear a helmet to hang out with you guys. Let's be honest. But at the end of the day, I honestly don't. I don't know why, because there isn't any physical reason why a woman couldn't fish as strongly as a man in a tournament. No,
Dave
isn't.
They're too emotional.
Dave,
but see right there, see Peter, right there is part of the problem, because you guys are so quick to try to find a reason why you don't want women in this sport. You guys love the booby women holding up the fish.
The booby women.
You guys want to. Terry, maybe not you. I don't know you well enough to know to say
don't
it's not
even
you.
lie. I know you.
But
I know you, Terry.
You guys want
No, you don't.
I know you.
No.
booby women. Hey,
no.
turn right now. Y'all want to keep women
much
in a
time do you have
bubble
left?
where you hold your fish bras, but you truly, as much as you claim, hey, why aren't women here? they haven't been welcomed. They very quickly are like, oh, they slept with somebody to get there, even if there's someone who maybe didn't.
Gosh.
So I think that women don't, because then they just throw themselves into another bucket. I don't know. Like, I don't have a great explanation, but this really is not a woman-friendly industry. Yes,
Ken's hands up, and I want to hear from Dave too. Ken,
Mike, why did you do this?
I just wanted to say there's a very poignant comment by the woman who just stuffed fake boobs up her shirt.
No, this is Pete's belly.
How dare you? They weren't boobs. That was Pete's belly.
My apologies.
Dave?
Oh, I guess you could say I'm busted.
Yeah, you're busted. Dave?
A little lower.
Dave?
I'll defer to science.
Yeah.
It is scientifically proven that women attract bears. Bears are attracted to their, you know what, right? It was said in the movie. I mean, you know.
Oh, God. That's awful.
You want me to tell you what I think? I mean, I'm chauvinist. So
Piranhas?
you know what I'm going to say.
Like piranhas coming in.
I mean, men are meant to go hunt and gather, and women are meant to fix the stuff when we bring it back. It's that simple. You can't deny how we evolved. We didn't evolve with women on the front with their shields like Sheena, riding in to fight the enemy. They stayed behind, and we went out and we conquered. It's that easy, and it applies to everything.
Interesting.
All right.
I'm not
Paul?
offended by any of it.
Paul?
Women are very easily distracted, 1 minute they're focusing on pancakes.
What the fuck was that about?
There you go. All right. Good time for
Becky.
Good time for the gavel.
Dave did not offend me in one way, shape, or
Good
form,
time for the
because
gavel.
I do agree with the primordial understanding of the Paul, shush.
I got to dispute one thing, Becky. Women have it so easy in the world of fishing. They get all the sponsorships.
What?
They get all the revenue.
Amen, Pete. Amen, Pete.
They get it all.
Is that
Oh,
true?
and in the FLW days,
100%.
they never ever drew a bad boat when they were co-anglers.
Right?
Like none of them wound up with me.
There's one woman that I think that could compete in the opens, and that would be Christine Fisher.
Yeah.
She's the real fucking deal.
Yeah.
I mean, she goes out, she finds her own fish, and I mean, 90% of the time, I mean, she's in the top 10. I mean, she's the real flipping deal. But it's all she's ever done her whole life. I mean, she started out fishing muskie as a kid, and I don't know as much about her as I probably should. But following her for the last 4 years, on social media, holy crap. I mean, she's amazing.
There's a Grace Jones in every sport, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but at the same, talking about it from another angle, girls unfortunately are not raised in the outdoors
to set the hook.
To think on their own.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and they haven't had a lot of role models, right? You look at
they havenent. They haven't. I mean you look at
not a lot of women. There haven't been a lot of women. You
Yeah.
know, so the more there are, the more I think they'll want to get involved. The more they have role models.
I mean,
I think that Christine is an amazing angler.
Oh, show.
But why has she decided to stay in the kayak world and not go into the boating world? Because I think the kayak world is more welcoming and she's comfortable there. And how many women have tried to go into the boating world, and do you really want to get beat up? I mean, the men in the kayak world are totally comfortable with her and
What are you saying?
welcoming.
They're betas? You just hand her the spots?
But why put yourself through it? She's proven herself and
Not
she's
my
doing
words.
an amazing job. So
Good.
why go? I don't know. I mean, I'm not speaking for her, but I'm just saying, like, she's got a great thing there. So why not stay? But to Mike's point,
Yeah. Why risk it for the unknown?
Yeah. Just
and
keep
getting
kicking
the
ass over there.
sponsorships, guys,
for
come
sure.
on. They're piddly. They're so piddly.
What?
They are not going to offer her what they're going to offer a guy who comes up. I'll be honest.
I
They're
don't
not.
believe that's true.
I live in the sponsorship world. They're not paying.
Man,
That's a great word.
They're not paying.
Yeah, but Becky, let me say this.
Sponsorships.
Becky, she is making enough money to have bought a house.
Yes.
Right? And she recently bought a house. I mean, she's been a nomad for the last 4 or 5 years. You know, so she's doing well enough. Sorry?
I said you oddly know a lot about her everyday movements.
Obviously a stalker.
Everyday movements.
I try to pay attention to who's.
Her dog got this.
Yeah. Not a stalker.
She switched shampoos the other week. I
She
noticed.
switched shampoos? Holy hell. All right, hold on. Where's the gavel?
I think the question.
She's old enough to be my daughter, and I have a rule about that.
She prefers natural pine air freshener in her car.
But she's
Yep, that's the
one
next question.
woman.
Pete?
Who else can we name that is doing that? Who else is that?
Who else can set a hook like she does?
Nobody.
Assuming, and
I mean, let's talk about some of the old Bassengale, ladies. I mean, Pam Martin Wells, Kathy Mathers. You look at those old Bassengale tournament reports, and they were weighing in less than half of what a Bassmaster Tour tournament would have weighed in.
To be fair, it took them 3 times as long to launch their boats.
Damn.
All right. That's good.
Did he really say that?
All right, Ken.
All right.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
Nobody's not going to boat down a ramp faster than me.
All right, the gavel. All right, Pete, you're in charge of the next one. Put your headphone on. All right, Pete.
That's so misogynistic.
Why can't I
You have to rub another vagina. The vagina sat down.
I'm so thrilled with that comment.
All right,
I mean,
Pete.
Tony's close with the Manscaped charger behind him.
It was a harmless joke.
Go.
Next question on the table.
All right,
Go.
Pete, go.
Is MLF what happened tonight? Boyd Duckett. He's out there. He's leading the MLF. Made some big calls from a business standpoint, reducing the field by 30+%.
Without the anglers' consent.
Without the anglers' consent. What do you guys have to say?
Terry,
you're up.
Terry?
Me? Well,
So tough now, are you?
Oh,
I think it's pretty shifty. I mean, they didn't consult. Go ahead, Pete.
You seem to be siding with the anglers.
Yeah, I am. I mean, they signed a deal that this was going to be an 80 field, or an 80 angler field. And without it appears that it was not consulted with the 80 anglers. He says it was a business decision. Yeah, I can understand that, but isn't your business with the 80 anglers that are involved? And if you're making decisions without them, I think that's the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Ken?
Mr. Duke?
By the way, female NPFL angler just got 7th. I just read that.
Yeah. It's Hemphill. I can't remember her last name, but Hemphill, registers in my mind because the Hemphill gang.
Hemphill ain't her first name, bud.
No, it's her last name.
A lot of press.
Stephanie.
She did get a lot of press.
She got a lot of press. Yeah.
She got a shit ton of press. Yeah. And she's the real deal too.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
yeah.
Terry's all about the hemp.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I have to take random drug tests. I am not about the hemp.
They're not random, Terry, and they'd really like you to stop peeing in all those cups. With regard to MLF, first of all, Terry, I don't know how long their contracts were initially. I know those initial contracts were like 3 years. I bet there's nothing in there guaranteeing an 80 angler field. I bet there's nothing in there about that. Now, I'm not going to talk about the democratic or lack of democratic process in MLF because I don't know how that's supposed to work. I don't have inside information on that. I will say that they do keep changing things a lot. If you go to 50 anglers instead of 80, one thing I don't like about it that wasn't talked about tonight was you reduce the opportunity for smaller companies to get involved in the sport. Pete, Mike, you guys have sponsors who maybe don't have huge budgets. They're only able to participate because there are so many of you guys out there that they can afford to get a spot on your jersey. If you cut it to 40 or 50 guys, suddenly those spots are a lot more premium. They go for a higher price, and it benefits those guys, but it hurts the larger industry and a lot of the smaller companies that are trying to make headroads. I think that's a problem that we haven't talked about. I think to a degree you make the sport a little bit smaller that way. Is making changes good, bad? I don't know. I like every fish counts. I like having a difference in the leagues. I think they need a big bass element. I've suggested one to Boyd and Gary that I still think would work, but they don't seem to like it, so they don't do it. But I would say this about the larger problem that the sport of professional bass fishing has. I maintain that the sport has not advanced 1 inch since Ray Scott hosted his first tournament in 1967. Guys are still fishing for their own money. When Ray had his first tournament, it was a $100 entry fee for a $2,000 first prize, plus a trip to Acapulco and some other things. But it's basically a 20-to-1 ratio between the prize and the entry fee. It's worse than that now, and you're still fishing for your own money. The sport has not grown. I'll go another step. In 1984, when the first episode of the Bassmasters aired on TNN back then, 300,000 people watched. When the most recent episode of the Bassmasters aired, 300,000 people watched.
Wow.
That's not growth.
That's not good.
Ken, you've said this before, and it was notable to me about the age of competitors. And we see the new EQ qualifiers coming into the elites, and they're all seem very, very young. Has that is that starting to change now?
Well, I haven't really been keeping track of that, but I would guess that it has. What I have been keeping track of, Pete, is that the average age of winners has dropped precipitously this year. Before this year, it wasn't much change, but this year, the average age of a bass winner fell from what has historically been about 38 to 39 years old to about 32 years old. That is a massive drop. Now, is that sustainable? No, because next year, I'm sure it'll bump up. It'll regress to the mean, as statistics people would say. It'll get back closer to the norm. Also, some of the guys who won those tournaments are now qualified for the elites, and they're super young, so they probably won't be fishing the opens. But if it continues to fall into the mid-30s, that's an indication that the sport is shifting in terms of age. Now, part of that is the big defect in 2019 of all that talent, most of which was born between, say, 1967 and 1975, to MLF. When you take out the Mike Iaconellis, the Aaron Martins, the Edwin Evers, the Todd Faircloths, the Kevin Van Dams, the Skeet Reeses, that's a big hole to fill. So part of the youth movement is that.
No,
interesting.
No, and I did an analysis about this a couple of years ago because everybody was saying it was the young guns that was, winning everything. No, it hasn't been the young guns winning everything the last few years. It's always been that way. And I looked at the classic contenders from 1971 to 1978, and the average was 31 years old of the people that made the classic in those years.
From what years?
71 to 78.
You're incorrect, sir. I have better data than you on this one. I have the birth dates of every Bassmaster Classic.
So do I.
But 2. I'm lacking 2.
And so from 71 to 78, the average age was not 31.
No, sir, it was not.
Was it higher than that?
Higher than that.
By what?
You're forcing me to dig up the document, but I can do that.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
that
it was
they're
higher
getting
than that.
very like scientific and everything.
Very
And-
Oh no! He keeps track on this stuff, and I do too. And
By the way, I just want to say that the Big Bass podcast, which is Ken Duke and Terry Battisti, is this right here, and it's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. The thing is that I love Ken, and
I love Terry Battisti.
Yeah, and I have no problem when I'm wrong, and I don't. Ken doesn't either.
Which means he never has a problem because he's always. Well, never mind.
Stop yelling at us.
All right, Mike. I can't move my phone or my mic any further away. Anyway,
it's getting late.
Brian
said.
So I did this analysis.
Bring it down a little bit, Terry.
And it was actually the earlier years of Bassmaster Classic qualifiers.
The early
was actually younger than the current ones.
Absolutely,
overall,
I agree. Absolutely, no question about that.
Yeah, because you had Roland Martin was 29 in 1970 when he started fishing.
Wow.
Yeah, but and of course the guys who started, they were younger, despite the fact that they didn't have a chance to join the sport when they were 20, 21 years old.
Yeah,
you had guys like Dance and Clun joining in their late 20s, which is when they got involved. But anyway, no, I think you're low on your number there, and I'm pulling it up right now. It's in. I've got all that information. I just got to pull it up.
Oh, I know you do. I do too.
But I believe I have better information than you because I've got the birth dates of every classic qualifier. You do not have the ages of every classic qualifier except 2. I have that. I don't think you have that.
I've got pretty much. I do.
Okay. Here's the average age of classic qualifiers.
I don't have it right next to me.
By year
is the problem.
Here's the average age of classic qualifiers by year, beginning in 1971. I'll skip the decimals.
71 to 70 what?
I got them to 2023.
No,
here's the.
I want 71 to 78.
If you'll shut up, I'll give you that.
What are they talking about, Paul?
Here they are. Here they are. I'll skip the decimals. 35, 36, 37, 36, 35, 36, 37, 36. Those are the average ages. It is not 31. You're wildly off.
Significantly off.
Significantly off.
All right, so I'm off 4 years. What is it for?
A lot. No, you're off. You're off on an average. I would say about 5 years, but that's a lot to be off.
Oh Jesus! Holy mackerel!
That's a lot to be. See,
I'm on a different.
I'm trying to have a conversation with Pete now. Pete, this is why I don't argue with Terry. He doesn't know when he doesn't identify when he's wrong.
Oh, he's that guy.
Oh God!
He's like fights to the death.
To the death.
Well.
It
was great.
All right, Terry, baby, you woke the baby up. Baby's
I noticed
crying.
when I make cuts in tournament, which isn't often enough, but the kid, it's like I am ancient, compared to the other top 10s qualifiers. It's interesting to see how well young kids are doing right now.
Yeah, it is.
Dave's asleep.
It is. Dave's asleep over there.
I'm not sleeping.
I just I grabbed the note here. This was a note sheet that Brian had put together for a rapid fire question with Boyd Duckett. And I'm sorry we didn't do this, but the one I have to ask you guys. And it was his 6th question to Boyd. And it says, Boyd, do you agree with this extremely popular and favorable, almost universally, unanimously accepted sentiment? MLF just hasn't been the same without Shelly Sanders. We should have asked him that.
Terry, what do you
That
got?
was
on
a
that?
miss.
I have no response.
Yes. All night long.
Yeah. Hey, this is back to Becky, Pete.
Very
Becky
you know,
smacked
yeah.
me. It has nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
Anything better.
Come on.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to go there.
Well, here's another.
I'm not going to go back to fish bras.
Here's another unanimous thing about what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
Terry and Ken, you guys are the best, and I want everyone to go check out their podcast because it is the best
podcast.
Yes.
If you don't listen to the Big Bass podcast, F
yes.
you.
Yes. Guys, thanks for coming on the show and laughing with us a little bit. Ken, your costume was perfect.
Yes.
Terry, your costume was perfect. Steven
Thank
Spielberg never looked so good. Thank you guys for coming on the show tonight.
Guys, thanks for having us.
Appreciate it. Much appreciated.
Yep. Absolutely.
Happy Halloween, guys.
Happy Halloween.
Yes.
Oh, by the
Yes.
way, me and Ken are going to start our new podcast this week. Bye, Ken.
Why does Brian seem so tall as a drag queen? Like, why am I so short next to Brian the drag queen?
I know, right?
I don't
If we
feel
were-
this,
if we
I don't
were-
feel this short when you're like a
Well,
man.
are you?
That's because
But as a
you're
woman-
flat-footed.
Beck, do
should
you
be
feel
wearing-
shorter because you're Pete tonight?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, you're not.
Might
you don't
have something to
you
do
don't
with
have
being
your big
Pete.
Energy.
I
you
got my
say?
big dick energy.
She's
Paul,
got
do you
low
feel
energy.
taller because you're Eric?
Yeah. You shriveled the energy.
Jeez, you're doing your deal. You're over here. Wrap it up.
Do you
move
feel
it along.
funkier because you're Ike?
Yeah, I feel like I can move a little bit better, and overall, I just
You have low T.
yeah.
Low T.
Oh snap! No, she didn't.
Yo, do you feel more political because you're Dave?
more awake, more
Paul,
alert.
are you high?
More woke?
Yeah, more-
That's why Paul hasn't said much.
Awake.
Paul hasn't said much.
Woke.
Paul's been stoned the whole time.
Paul, yeah.
That's why I've been talking much, guys. You got me.
Paul had his vape out in the car
I
before
thought
he came
we were
in.
going to make tonight's show.
Yeah, well, I was high when I decided. And then
Paul
I
switched some
got
things
sober,
around.
And I realized, duh, Ike Live is the place to be.
Yeah.
Screw work.
Yeah, yeah. Who
Yeah,
works
Paul.
anyway, you know?
Oh, man.
That's what's up. buddy.
Works
I hope
overrated.
works okay tomorrow.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
I
So
was supposed to be
before
you.
before we go though, honestly, Dave, we'll start with you. Were you guys
Costume-wise.
disappointed, or how did you feel about the whole Boyd thing? Were you disappointed with Boyd with
Yeah.
that part of the show tonight?
I mean, I think you have to. I think you have to be him and see what the numbers look like.
Right.
I mean, we don't know.
Right.
I mean,
So you respect the business mindset that, you know, because a lot of those are business.
having been in rooms where these things are talked about,
Yeah.
and then as a boss trying to figure out ways to get around it so I don't have to hurt families. It's tough, man.
Right.
It's brutal,
Yeah.
and it happens. And
Yeah.
these are the numbers you got. That's why I asked them, what does each guy cost?
Right.
Because every guy has a cost
Right.
when you're running a business.
Yeah.
Every employee has a number.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you know, his body language, you know, when we were joking with him, his arms were open. When we were talking, his arms were completely crossed.
Yeah.
And there's a whole body language component
Yeah.
to it. I mean, but give him credit for coming on.
Yeah. I do. I give him credit for coming on. For
He
sure.
handled it well.
Yeah. Yeah. He handled it well. Well, I appreciate everybody for tuning in tonight.
Wait. I thought we were going around the room. Yeah,
Oh, let's go
one
around
fucking
the
dude
room.
his
Yeah.
opinion, and then that's
Oh,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Well, what the f is going on?
I got
Yeah. Well, Brian, you obviously want to say something. You were disappointed.
No, I was just pointing out the fallacy that
Well,
just happened.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, let's say
Now, I'm a little disappointed myself. I tried to ask the hard questions, but it's hard. You know, it was hard.
According to the message board, Becky's the only one that did.
Yeah.
And she's got a big dick, and we're
Yeah,
all
she does.
Fuck the message board.
Yeah.
Fucking jerk offs.
You were cheering
But,
my questions.
I was what?
BTC was. He doesn't remember.
Oh.
I gotta say with Boyd's perspective that resonated with me is he's in the business every single day, and he's working on it every single day, and there's stuff that goes on and that, you know, decisions are made on a daily basis that people are only being informed about once in a while, and it's tough. You got to make those tough calls.
Yeah,
it's real tough. Now, I don't agree. I think the anglers need to be involved in every component, and they made some command decisions without doing that. And I guess I'm at odds with that. But man, every day as the guy running the show, you got to make calls that affect everybody.
Yeah.
And it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to make those calls.
Becky?
I
No,
think
that Becky.
I would I would agree with Pete in the fact that I think it's hard to make those decisions. I think Dave is very right that it's a business. I think where there's hangups in the argument is the fact that, just like we were saying, Boyd has his hand in 3 different buckets. So therefore
you took all my points.
Well, I'm you,
Well,
and
go
you're
ahead.
me.
You're both Becky,
We're the
so
same person.
you can answer together.
Go ahead, take all my points.
And I think that in order for him to have legitimacy with the anglers, and then for them to feel comfortable in the decisions he's making, he has to pick one.
Yeah.
He has to pick one. He has to decide: am I MLF? Am I ducket rods, or am I an angler? I think, but I don't think anyone has forced his hand, because I think they're intimidated. I think they're scared. I think people have been scared to speak up, and so they've never forced him to do that.
Yeah,
And
you know
to
what's
his
interesting
point-
though, just to bring this up real quick, the Phoenix Boats guy is sort of in that same category.
Yep.
Gary, because he's an angler at Klaus. He's an angler on the Bass Elites, but he also sponsors the Bass Elites
and
the
MLF.
And the MLF.
Yeah, but he's not making decisions with people's
He's
lives.
not making decisions. That's true.
Yeah,
That
sure
is
he is.
That's the problem with it, man.
Do
Well,
not
not speak
anglers'
ill of
lives,
Gary
but
Krause.
all his employees' lives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? He's got that, he's spending money on the both tournament trails, participating in both. He's making those calls every day.
Yeah. So I think that there lies one of the biggest issues. But again, this is an issue with our sport in general. It's like, oh, I'm this and I'm this, and you know what I mean? Like, you don't have what other sport is like?
I'm a producer in this
Mike
sport, and I
Trout
don't know a
doesn't
goddamn
also own a team. You know
Mario
what I mean?
Lemieux does.
Some
Mario
players
Lemieux?
do.
Still actively an
Playing.
athlete. Yeah, he's
Right.
Right.
Good point.
Yeah. But you don't have that in any other sport.
No,
I don't know.
no,
I don't know. I think that the one thing that I didn't get answered, and I said this earlier, and Dave made this point, but
Thank you.
if 30 guys were cut out for only $150,000, I'm 35. I'm confused. I still don't have an answer as to why this happened.
Well, he said the future of the sport, they decided that a smaller field was better for impressions.
Yeah, individualized.
And building a smarter,
who is they?
he said a
Who is
5-year
they?
plan. They have a 5-year business model that is a reduced field that will be better for the sport.
So
That's what he
I
said.
see why the anglers are upset then, because he speaks for a they, but they, as MLF, always said that they were going to look out for the anglers. So I get why the anglers are upset.
Well,
Yeah,
to that
that's the
point,
big-
when we had Top
that's the
Rod
problem.
and we were a club of 15 guys, to put anything out to everybody was a nightmare.
No, you can't. You
You
can't.
can't, because people are stupid, and anglers especially are fucking morons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
But you know what? When Bass tried this, and they did the E50s, and they did it in addition to the full tour.
Yep.
So why not? Create. If you want to have
trying to go small and lean.
Yeah,
small
and,
lean.
and build individual and
Yeah.
build individual.
So if you strip back all the layers, maybe it does get back to
So-
just
so
money. You
The
know?
question is, why didn't that work?
But
Didn't work.
but shrinking the league
that
to
got
50 to
killed.
me makes sense, because it's just too many. The numbers are too many. Their events are too long.
They are
You know what
too
I mean?
long.
And shrinking it
He
to 50
addressed that.
anglers,
That was
that
interesting.
kind
Yeah.
of thing sort of makes sense to me. I have a bigger problem. For me, the problems more lie in the conflict of interest stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can't be the owner of the league, running the league, sponsoring the top anglers in the league, and then expect people to think that everything is 100.
Right.
No fucking way.
Right.
Nah.
Yeah.
Not when there's a lot of shit floating around, rumors floating around. Well, if it's bullshit, I'm out. So,
yeah.
Can anyone
Paul?
make Brian seriously dressed
I can.
as a woman?
Paul, go ahead.
I can.
Close us out, Paul.
Close us out, Paul.
Final thoughts.
Paul, final thoughts.
Look at that camera right there.
Things
Close.
would be so much simpler if Bass was the only thing that existed. just my thoughts.
Paul
It would be so much simpler.
We're bemoaning 35 guys being out of work, and you're applauding for several hundred. being out of
Yeah,
work?
several hundred. Get rid of all of them. Let's get rid of the sport.
Hey, go big.
Dictatorship.
Listen, next year, can we do like Wizard of Oz? Do I have to keep dressing
Oh
as
yeah.
men?
No. Next year's Wizard of Oz. 100%. Mark it. I call it. Mark it. Chick.
Paul, you're Toto.
I knew it. I knew it.
Damn.
Why? Because I'm the shortest one in here. Thanks.
Wait. It's a Pulse Toto. That means we're like
Dave,
Scarecrow,
Tin Man?
Cowardly Lion, and
Scarecrow,
the-
the Iron Man, and then
Oh,
the
Dave
Wizard.
is Dave is Oz.
Yeah, the Wizard.
Oh, yeah.
Wiki
Dave,
Witch?
You're definitely the,
Yeah.
the bastard
Oh,
behind the curtain.
Pete be the lion.
Yeah, lion.
I'll be the lion.
Cowardly
Lion.
What does that make you? Wait, are you the
Scarecrow,
Who's the Tin
and then
Man?
Tin
I'm
Man.
the
Mike, you
fucking-
the Tin
I'm
Man?
the Tin Man. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be
all
Dorothy.
Somebody remember this.
You would be
This is
Dorothy.
Great. Oh, I'm Dorothy. I finally get to be a woman.
Yeah, Dorothy.
Yeah, it's
Or
nice.
you could be the Wicked Witch of the East.
Oh, I could be either one.
Wait, who are you, Toto?
I'm the dog.
You gonna hold Paul?
Oh, or a monkey? Do you want to be a
No,
monkey?
he should be the flying monkey, dude.
Oh, flying monkey. Yeah, flying monkey's good. The little hat.
That's awesome. All right, we have
Yes.
been on the air for 4.5 hours.
Peter?
Yeah.
Your worst nightmare.
I fished all day today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
How was it?
We fished the flats. We had it just under 18 pounds.
Okay.
We didn't-
Who'd you fish with?
No, Jake had to call in sick. So I fished with Justin.
Oh, young Justin.
Young Justin at Bass U.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was there for fucking 8 years and never got to call Fish with Pete.
Oh man. 18 pounds.
Well, listen, I want to tell everybody that Mike and I renewed our vows again
Hey.
yesterday, which was super fun. And then today, I coached field hockey for the first time this year, head coached a team, and my girls were undefeated all season. And the camera went out because Brian just did something. Wait, Mike, not coming back. Time's over.
Well, you're still good.
And we're in the playoffs, so I need to go to bed. Brian broke the camera. All right, so let's check out now because we don't know if anything's.
All right, there you have it. Hope you enjoyed watching tonight. I want to thank everybody in the room. Dave Brodzik, Powermate Paul, Pete Glusick, Miss Rebecca, Brian the Carpenter. Thank all our guests, Ben Milliken, Boyd Duckett, Stephen Browning, the boys from the Big Bass Podcast. Thank you guys for watching. Have a happy Halloween. Good night.
Dave.
Dude.
Why you calling me Cho, dude? Like, what? Hold on.
Why's your grill keep blowing out, Chode?
Dude, 'cause I got it at the Berlin Mart. I mean, what do you? I don't have the kind of money to go to a doctor and get surgery. I can't. Dude, I'm making the kind of bank to go to a doctor and just get one put in normal, dude.
What's your favorite food, Chode?
Dude, so I'll go to Gino's and I'll get like, I'll get like a steak. I'll get cheese. I'll get a whiz with.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll go to, I'll go right across the way to Patch and I'll get their cheese fries and their root beer.
Ooh.
Yeah. What do you think about that? What do you like to do?
I see. Where do you want to go on vacation, Chode?
I don't know. I was thinking like maybe take the family to North Wildwood. Like go on the boardwalks and check out the rides. What do you think, dude?